out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, loving comes around. Going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground. a shame. I'm not asking you for closure, I just want it to be over. We don't need to break up if we were never aligned. Is that okay? I shouldn't be yours if it means changing who I am to get us through. You shouldn't be mine because you're you. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. When I met you in the summer, then you weren't such a bummer, and I wasn't as critical as I am now. Oh, I wish we could hit rewind and be younger, when we thought this love would last longer. Only a time machine could save us now. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah. I've had enough, enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough. We wanna love, love, but close is not enough. Say you've had enough. Yeah, I gave it time and you really tried, but you're sick and tired, baby, so am I. I've had enough, enough, yeah, I've had enough. Say you've had enough.
We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. We'll do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good feeling. Downtown, don't push on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to another season of Challenges Northeast. Last time, a month ago, or maybe a month or two ago, I said welcome back to the best region in EMEA. That is no longer the truth. We have been dethroned. No, none of our teams have made it into playoffs, but we will try and get there again. My name is Pavlos, and there is a new face joining us today. It's Winterio, first time on Challenges Northeast broadcast. Welcome, Winter.
Do you know, after the Challenges expert show, Turkish scene are kind of thriving at the moment, but Split 2, I think, is where Northeast can thrive, and especially with some of the teams that have made it this far in the tournament, I am excited to be here for the upper Swiss stage.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see if our teams can get back to the level that we want them to be, really, and compete at the top level. And after all, there are some that say that we do have some of the teams with the best potential and better growth potential. We'll see if that actually happens. But let's have a look and see what is in store for today. We've obviously got ourselves a lovely set of matches for the next couple of days. We're going through the Swiss stage, and today is where it all begins. We'll be seeing all teams compete that have made it up until this point, basically the top 8 of stage 2. And yeah, the Swiss stage begins today. The elimination and qualification matches will be best of 3, while every single one of the others will be best of 1s, including the ones that we'll be seeing today. So yeah, 4 matches today, 4 matches tomorrow.
Do you know what? And I will say, just jumping ahead a little bit, the matches tomorrow in particular, I'm kind of excited to see some of the newer faces that we actually have coming into this league over in that bracket. But that's tomorrow, right? Let's talk about today, Pavlos. The matches that we have ahead of us. The one that I'm particularly looking forward to is the first matchup of the day. It's very coincidental that this is the one I've picked. But for me, it's more of the fact that Bonk versus EXO, I think, is going to be a banger. Obviously, like you said, these are best of 1s, so there is a lot on the line, right? You don't have the backup plan of, we can just reverse sweep, take this to the 3rd map or anything like that. It's do or die on this map in the veto process. But looking at the matchups, you have Formulation Gaming versus Go Next as well, ESC versus Enterprise, and then also the final matchup of the day, Metasport versus Ace-Gear.
Indeed. And out of all of the teams that you've just listed, I think Ace-Gear is the only one that hasn't, in some way or form, made it into the main switch. Actually, Bonk as well, I think you could kind of consider and under that line, right? Because they were under a different name before, but still, Bonk, yeah, they haven't made it into, at least this iteration hasn't made it into the main Swiss. So a couple of new teams getting here, and some that haven't. Looking at you, Zero Tenacity, looking at you, I don't know, many of them that haven't made it. Coalesce failed again. It's a bit of a chaotic run, a lot of close performances, a lot of close teams. But like you said here, Winter, you're looking forward to Bonk versus EXO?
Yeah, this matchup in particular, I'm so glad we're having it first because it fills me up with the anticipation that I can enjoy the rest of the games rather than looking forward to that particular matchup. But for me, it's more of the fact that EXO got invited directly to this stage. They haven't necessarily been playing that much with the new map pool, but specifically Bonk, on the other hand, they've played a lot, right? They have played 8 matches already and they've been flawless in it, except losing 1 map, right? They've lost 1 map out of the 8 matches that they've played so far. So for me in particular, this matchup is going to be about who's coming in on their A game, right? Because it is a best of 1. Anything can happen on 1 map. But are we going to be favouring the team that's played a lot of maps already in the shortest period of time compared to EXO that, sure, you're coming in as the favourites into this one, but at the same time, are you ready for an official?
Right, okay. Well, I love that you're looking forward to the first match that we've got in hand, but I'm going somewhere different with this one. I think the third matchup, the Enterprise versus ESC, is lined up to be one of the most exciting ones for me. Personally, because sure, Enterprise looks like the most, strong on paper and biggest growth potential from this team. Not only did Pacific, after them winning ESL challenges EMEA at the start of at the end of that tournament, they said, look, even though Enterprise didn't even make it into playoffs, we still consider them as someone that is probably our biggest threat coming into the following splits. And ESC Gaming have had a complete revamp of their roster. They've only kept beast mode and now are kind of sticking around with some players that are very familiar to us. Link, Brody, FQ, a lot of really interesting names. And I just want to see what this all can do with this new set of players. But without any further ado, we can start chatting a little bit more about the game we have at hand. The first matchup of today, like we said, is the best of one, and we can get in a little bit more detail about them. It's EXO Clan versus ESC Gaming. All right, you're the newcomer here, Winter. I just want you to give me a little bit more of your thoughts here, getting into this one, especially talking about Bonk here. What's your feeling?
My feeling is that they, like I said before, they're going to be hot off the press coming into this one. And sure, they didn't necessarily have the best run of things in the split one. They weren't able to make it out of that lower Swiss stage. And then they even had to play the East qualifier just to make it this far. Sure, they had a little bit of a running. They've had more games to be played. They've had to fight to be in this position. While I want to give them credit where credit is due, like it is a long process. They have a lot of matchups that they had to go into, and when you're looking at the side of EXO, they haven't, right? They got directly invited because of previous positionings in the final standings, and you have to be looking at that as, sure, you're going to be the favorites coming into this, and especially with the roster that they're bringing in, I really want to be looking towards Lukey. I've loved watching him on the duelist, and think given the right support system that they do have, right, with Sorzan on those flashes, it can be really good and really have those star moments and have, well, your highlight reel clips.
Yeah, for sure. You broke it down nicely. My only concern with Bonk is that I just remember Bonk as this team, as this roster that has appeared from time to time in Challengers North. The name is familiar to anyone that's stuck around for a while, but none of these players have played in any other iteration of Bonk beforehand, which was, Bonker's creation, IGLing that roster, the successor of Yonk, the legacy of this region, I guess. So I really want to ask at some point these players, why do they think to continue the legacy of Bonk? I love it. It's continuing. It's still here. But let's talk a little bit more about the team that has been here before. It's EXO Clan.
Yeah, EXO, you've got to be looking at them as like one of the favorites coming into this matchup. Crispy players across the board. And the fact that they came from having good performances over in East and comparably doing pretty well, right? And coming into this one, they've secured decent positioning in split one that they got directly invited here. So they're definitely going to be having that confidence coming in. It's just whether they can actually show it straight off the bat in a best of one. That's my only concern.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Getting off the rip on a strong point. And look, EXO Clan, they've made it to playoffs before. It's just a matter of, getting there and staying there, if you will, because it was an instant elimination after that. So, yeah, I mean, there's potential. There really is. And that's what we're kind of looking to see, if they can show that strength early on, if this break that they've had since the first split has been fruitful for them, and they've sort of adapted in the month that they've had really to prepare for this, which I'm really interested in. And talking about the month in the middle, Lukey as well, he went on a side quest and basically won Epic Clan in the meantime, right? So it's not like they haven't been active. They've had their moments here and there. And it's good to see EXO Clan back playing in this one. So yeah, we did mention this a few times. It's a best of one. It's cutthroat. Even though it's a Swiss format and there are ways of, remaining in the tournament, it's not do or die. There is a significance to picking the correct map here, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. Like, you can't put too much pressure. Obviously, it is still a best of one. It's not an elimination game. Those will be best of threes, but you want to start off well, right? You don't want to be going 0-1 on your first day. So coming into the veto process, you really want to be prioritizing the balance between removing maps that your opponent's good at, while also trying to keep those maps that you're comfortable on later down into the veto process. And that's my concern for Bonk, right? Bonk, well, they didn't really play any sort of map in the sense of Fracture is the only one that has really been that permaban, so we're not likely to see that one. But everything else, other than the Lotus, they played once or twice. Lotus, on the other hand, they've played 7 times, so that's definitely going to be a comfort map for them. They want to keep as long and as far into the process as possible. But EXO, on the other hand, I don't know what they're going to want to play, right? Because a lot of the maps that they were liking to tend towards has been taken out of that map pool, and while they're left with 3 maps they haven't played, Ascent, Icebox and Lotus, in any short period of time. And while Pool and Haven aren't necessarily gonna be kept later in the pool, because Bonk are gonna be relatively confident in taking those out early, with the map pool that they've shown is already 6 maps wide.
Well, who would have thought it's going to be Lotus? It looks like Bonk will be playing that map an 8th time, continuing that streak. And let's be honest, Winter, as it is your first split here on this on Challengers Northeast, let me tell you, Lotus for some reason is a best of one favorite pick across the region, right? It doesn't matter what teams are playing. For some reason, Lotus is just the map that these teams have decided to play on. I don't know if it's a gentleman's agreement or not, but yeah, this is we've been seeing a lot of this. Not EXO Clan, but all the rest.
I mean, it used to be Ascent back in the day. I'm glad we're having a little bit of a change up, although it was a little bit too scary. Got to that last ban, but yeah, thankfully for them, it is going to Lotus. And my concern is with the new meta updates, like you have Teo coming in, we saw that adaptation being picked up from Bonk in their most recent games. With that Neon, what are EXO going to come out with? Because we have not seen them on this map in any recent times this year, or what sort of comp that they're going to be running towards. Are they going to be going for a Neon or a Raze? And hopefully they're going to be leaning into the meta a little bit with that Teo pick.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely something to look at here. And on the one hand, you've got a lot of VODs to look at, a lot of experience, the approach that Bonk like to take on this map. It's a completely unknown territory for Bonk playing up against EXO Clan, right? They have no VODs to go off of, so it's going to have to be a complete blind ordeal and kind of adapt on the fly, which is going to be interesting. Ultimately, it's a best of one, so they can't even have the chance to, battle it out on another map. So yeah, that's going to be super, super cool to see. I just want to hear your thoughts as well, Winter, on any players you think are worth having an eye on. I think you also said when we were talking prior to the tournament starting, prior to the show starting, you said some good things about Luki, didn't you?
Yes, Luki and Sulzan. I'm looking at the dynamic duo that can be brought forward for EXO, especially on now we know what map we're going to onto Lotus. You want to be seeing some aggro takes and just fighting for that map control early on, and they're 2 key pieces to make that happen. On the other hand, you have that sort of answer back from Cairo as well. It's going to be that butting heads of whatever Luki decides to bring into this against the Neon of Cairo, whether they're going to be switching off it, changing the comp a little bit. But either way, I think they're going to be very comfortable for the side of Bonk going into this map, into Lotus. The only thing, like you did mention, was the fact that it is the unknown, right? They're going to be having the max they can have is stuff that they've seen in scrims, but that's about it. And realistically, what are you going to see in scrims that is going to be guaranteed in officials? And that's my thought is, sure, you got the comfort of Lotus for Bonk because, that is their map currently in the last couple of weeks. EXO, on the other hand, like you said, they have so much footage to look over in the lowest Swiss stage and how they got to this tournament that I don't think there's going to be anything too surprising for EXO if they've done their prep coming into this.
Sure. Yeah, there are a lot of unknowns and uncertainties and new territories for Bonk. This is the debut of all of these players at this level of play, at this Challengers competition, right? Getting into the main Swiss of this competition, let alone playing the lowest Swiss already. This was a first for this team and these players coming into this. So up until this point, they've only played themselves some qualifiers and such. But we get to see the agents here, and we get to see EXO Clan's approach. The Vice is being put out. When you look on the Lotus side of things with Bonk playing it, they've also created some changes here. Astra, ISO, that looks very different to what they used to, given that a Neon used to be that, you know, the highlight pick for this roster.
That's a massive change. We've just completely overhauled that composition. The only thing that remains, Pavlos, is the Teo. We've changed out the Breach, the Cypher, the Neon, the Omen, and we've just completely revamped. And we were talking about how much footage EXO Clan have to go over to have a look at what Bonk could be going to be bringing in. That's completely out of the window now. Out of the 7 matches that they've played with similar compositions, sure, you made that one little switch of the fade for the Teo back in beginning of this month. Sure, that's not that much of a difference, but you're coming into this matchup, Pavlos, everything has changed.
Yeah, everything's different. And I just want to see how these compositions sort of bump up against each other, because on the one hand you've got a very control-y setup. You've got the double controller with the Viper and the Omen, and then you've got the Sentinel, the like of Vice, that can put a lot of pressure, whether that's, you know, holding the site after you take it or whether you're playing on the defensive. And then switching that up from having a hyper-aggressive comp with a double initiator Breach Teo, and then going into and having the Neon as well that can help you go super zoomy across the map, you know, quick rotations, quick fights, and then having to switch that up completely and rely on, you know, kill contracts with the like of ISO, right? It's a complete change of approach. And, you know, given, and it's not like Bonk had weak performances on Lotus. Sure, they picked it a lot, but it was 6 wins out of 7.
They lost
right?
it once, Pavlos. They lost it once.
And that was enough for the switch.
Yeah, guys, we cannot be losing one map out of the 7 that we've played. It's just completely unacceptable. We're revamping the whole thing, but no, they definitely have a plan coming into this, right? And I'm so excited to actually, like you said, to see how these compositions are going to be going up against each other. My only concern, though, is for the side of EXO, they have that sort of double pseudo sentinel, in the sense of you have the Viper and the Vise, and how are Bonk actually going to be dealing with this loop? Well, that you can even see EXO pushing up already early on, because, well, they don't have that fade anymore to have that control over towards A, so it's going to be super important for them to either have a player in front of this wall or to fight ahead of it early on.
Well, without any further ado, let's get right into the action. Bonk on the defensive, EXO as the aggressors, not really aggressing so far. Early start, you can see a very long Viper's wall going on towards the right-hand side, sort of blocking the Bonk's push there. But you've got 3 players really tempting to go for an aggressive stance, but EXO seem to be wary of it. These early pistols are something that you need to be careful of, and that's exactly what EXO Clan have done. But now, as once we reach that 1 minute mark, they seem to be moving into that left-hand side.
And look how much delay the smokes are doing over towards A. They're just slowly creeping up there. That means the rotations are going to be a little bit late. But Corsa going to be playing safe, and you even have Yasik coming in to support. But the players have been split up now. Pavlos, there's only 1 player on site. They're not even committing this spike in.
And Yasiek will try and stop the rotations coming in, the cross from the side, but it's Chaza that gets 2 kills there. Shorin keeps the fight going. EXO Clan seem to have the lead here, but Waddles gets flashed, can't quite deliver on time, and has found himself and his team at a disadvantage.
30 seconds
but the
left.
thing is, Bonk need to get the spike down. Waddles denies Luca having the delicacy of doing so. Soren trying to put the carry pants on, but it's all down to EXO. And with only 20 points of health, won't be able to survive. Bonk put the pressure on. Don't let EXO Clan breathe and get away with round number 1.
Oh, there's so much delay, right? When they're trying to get into that site. First off, you have Luki that's been isolated over towards site. And as soon as the 4 of the players try to start to funnel in, well, you have Waddles backside, who's just doing, it's just one-man army, right? Being able to isolate every single 1v1 in that, well, 1v3 realistically. Some crispy shots to start it off. But in the end, it's all that's needed is a body shot, and that's a pistol for Bonk. And that's super important for the defense. Start that economy rolling early.
I think we'll be seeing a lot of early aggression coming in from Bonk here. They've already shown it by putting a lot of pressure outside of A main, but EXO Clan again, this time a little bit more vigilant with their C site push. But again, it's a bit of a more spread out effort, trying to keep players busy across all areas of the map.
yeah, it's just looking for a pick, right? You're not committed anyway. You're trying to poke and prod Bonk to see if anyone's going to give up a kill, give up a little bit of an overextension. The only issue is if they start to walk into this, it could be an absolute meat grinder with the molly on the floor as well, and the players up and down set up. And there you go, the peek comes in, but there is one, well, consolation kill, but Yasik answers back too in kind, even going for a third.
Yeah, you know what? I don't mind the dry peek coming in from EXO. I mean, it's the only way of crossing in without alerting of your presence. But Soren is able to find a second pick now, and there is some damage being inflicted. The thing is, we've been in a very familiar place before. Round number 1, but this time Bonk even have the numbers in the situation. If you haven't crossed on site, you don't have the high ground, and Chaz is on your case, there's not much you can do.
Relatively clean conversion, right? For Bonk, you're still keeping up some nice, decent long-range weapons of the Guardians you can put over towards A, or even take some longer, deep-range fights over towards B. But am I interested to see how are they going to go into full rifle round? Sure, not necessarily this one, maybe looking at round 4 in particular. But how is this composition going to work on the defense, right? You have that double duelist, they want to be fighting, and looking at the setup that they're probing, they might be going for an aggro C and B push.
At least initially. You've also got the kill contract on Chazza, and he's got a very deep position here, so you're probably also wondering when that could be put into play. Do you wait for your better guns, or do you try and disrupt round number 3? Because starting things off on a high on this map would be insane for them. And I think an upset, right? You'd kind of consider EXO Clans to be the favorite in today's match.
Oh yeah, for sure, right? Like Bonk, they've been struggling, right? In not only in the split 1, but also, sure, they've been great coming up into this level as it is, but they're not playing against teams that are, well, mainstays in this tournament. Like we do have EXO, players that are having that deeper experienced runs. But the only issue is Jazz has already started off absolutely great. Course has managed to get 2 with a bucket, even wanting to go for a third.
Hang on a sec. This was supposed to be a buy round.
That's a bonus round you can be proud of, right?
Right, of course. Of course you can be proud of that. The bucket shot back of sight by Corsa, that was maniacal.
Hey, you don't want to push into a bucky on a killjoy. They're lethal.
Nuts. That's not possible. I mean, we're thinking about, sure, a kill contract might be needed for this round if you want to disrupt it. Didn't even come down to that. It was just having a little,
didn't even need it,
you know, stack on the A site, and that was enough.
As well, even in the replay, you can see it's pivoting left, pivoting right, going for a wide swing as well. Corso was doing absolutely everything backside there.
JJ, he's mad about the previous round. Maybe there's an opportunity for a back-to-back eco, but this time from EXO Clan can get that done. Now's the kill contract.
Oh my!
Luca wins it with a sheriff! Okay, Chazza just got humbled. The A site now being taken over. This is EXO's chance to just walk in, get the spike down. Sure, Waddles gets one down before the cross comes in, but you've also got the guarantee of Luca. This is not a simple round for Bonk anymore. You've got to be cautious. Luca's going to get flooded out of position. There's also the guarantee, of course, if it's required. But EXO, they haven't found upgrades, which is the crucial aspect. 3 sherries could be enough, though. Do you want to use the Nightfall? That's exactly what's going to be used. Waddles gets affected by it. Has some uses of availability to move in. Goes in, doubles up. Yeah, the Vandal gets the prowess here. You've got the Nano Swarm available, but it's a double swing to get the job done here for Bonk. It got scary at the start, but the round is secured.
Back to some sort of normality, right? At the start of that, we do not need to see that in the replay. Don't have to do him like that. But yeah, you're going into that kill contract, like you said, almost a guarantee to, well, you're going up against a Sheriff. It'd be a nice early pick for the side of Bonk, and you could trade back, well, the early death of Kara. But the only issue is, Chazza got humbled. We saw it, and yeah, even the Nightfall getting invested from Swords, and you could see that they had glimmers of hope being able to go into that one, especially with the Nightfall bringing down those HPs, trying to disorientate Bonk on that retake, but Waddles had absolutely none of it and just tears through the site. One-man army for the retake. And a 4-0 lead already. Early EXO timeout because, yeah, it's understandable. You don't want to be giving up a 5th or possibly even a 6th round looking at the economy. But the only issue is, look at Karu, the operator's out early, and looking at where he might want to position, possibly going over towards that A, but it's more of this fade wall. Again, they're not necessarily having to play around it, right? In the last round we saw, well, Karu on his own playing towards that mini door position. Goes down early enough, there's no instant trade, but I want to see more on the rifle rounds, what they're going to be doing to deal with this wall in particular, because they don't necessarily have the utility that you would with the fade or with the breach to take it super early on and be able to hold it, right? That's my main thing of keeping the information over towards A, because the Viper looks with this wall can be devastating, specifically to this composition, I feel.
And Kara now posts up with the operator, doesn't have a chance to use it. Instantly deleted. And instantly numbers advantage for EXO Clan. You need to be a little bit more cautious about the take here. Last time you kind of went brute force into the side without getting a pick. Didn't really go your way. Fell prey to Bucky's, but this time Models instantly dealt with. Chazza tries to seize a chance once the spike drops, but Soren is there to save the day. No chance is taken here by EXO Clan. They have just locked in. Timeout seems to be exactly what they needed. And now with a 5v2, course on the backline, you kind of hope you get away with a pick here, but I think you might just want to call this round off. You don't really, I mean, you've got money for days, but do you really consider yourself capable of winning this? No, you don't, which is why both players drop back here, and EXO Clan are able, off the back of a timeout, to get themselves a dub.
I'd love to see Bonk go for some exit kills though, right? Like, we know the money on EXO isn't necessarily the best. They haven't been investing into the right stocks, but Cyberpunk, you have so much money, right? You can buy into the next one relatively comfortably. You can even see Corsa trying to get a cheeky pick or some cheeky damage on the way out. But in the end, it's going to be a full 4-person alive for EXO, which is going to be massive if they can start to chain some rounds together, Pavlos, because this can't be a one and done. Sure, Bonk kind of gifted that round, right? You had 3 1v1 peaks. Karu's just stuck in the Viper's wall, getting the operator spotted out. That's an easy first kill for EXO to capitalize on. And after that, it was just full force into sight and they were winning their ones, right? Coming into this one, again, you're seeing Bonk want to fight for this A main pressure. They have the turret on B, and that's about it. And looking at where EXO's primed in a position ready to take,
yeah,
could be in for a retake for Bonk.
Does seem like the case. They'll be quickly notified of this, and this round has got pace. For EXO, won't be greeting any resistance, but instantly want to fight into Hobbit, and Chazza will be stopping Luki in his tracks. That's some good information with the drone. Chazza might be locked in here, but who's locked in with who? He gets one down with him. Armageddon drops to make sure there is some discrepancy in the sight, and the spike falls in enemy hands. EXO Clan in trouble. Both players separated, having to do with solo fights, but Corsa isn't entertaining it. Drops back completely, not having the fight, knowing they've got the advantage. They don't really need to.
Surely not.
A 4v2 gets converted into a 2v2. Hang on. 2v2. Spike, now a possibility for SO. Picked up and being planted. Exchange not going to plan for Karu. Yasik, all that remains, and gets destroyed! A 2v4 clutch by EXO Clan. Seems like they have never been out of this map.
Masterclass in doing absolutely nothing in from the 2 players remaining until you're gifted those kills. Corsa thought that wall was going to be up just a slight bit longer, wanting to get that orb, trying to get that ultimate cycle in favor of them again. But the issue is, you gift a free kill over like that. Luca's position in heaven noticed, but not dealt with early on. Left a free kill for him to pick up, and you go in for that. You're 2v2. You even invest the Vizolds. There's not really much you can do to stop that. Spike going down, it goes for a retake, and we saw exactly what happened there.
Yeah, we did.
It wasn't pretty, but it's the second round on the board for EXO, and now Bonk in this one still have the rifles. This is the money realistically on the line, right? Waddles and Chazza don't have that much in the bank, but looking at the ultimates, Yasik and Corsa are close or have this already, and Chazza, if they can get an early pick for the retake, okay. Corsa does not want anyone taking control of his home.
And Yasik tried to take a wider angle there, but it's Corsa that holds down the fort single-handedly. 5 5 players on his belt, and that is the end of the round.
Just like that. Yeah, nobody wants to enter his site. Also, that site is absolutely yours. C site is in your control firmly. And that's a 5th on the board now for Bonk. Yeah, just have a look at that replay. Just up top site, taking those headshot angles one by one, and it's just an absolute masterclass on course on how to play the Killjoy and how to really hold down your site, guys.
That is indeed a masterclass.
It's how you play Killjoy, guys.
yeah, just shoot heads. That works. And JJ decides, no, I'm not going to shoot heads. Going to go for full spray down body shots. But it works for him, and EXO Clan instantly are able to answer back. There's no way Bonk have a way in this round.
You say that. Have you ever used it in 2v5 on Lotus? In the upper Swiss stage of Northeast? It was Yasik and Corsa. Yeah, round 1. In the best of 1, Yasik and Corsa. They just get the 6th round on the board. No, but yeah, it's realistically at this point, you want to be saving those weapons. Yasik is absolutely down in the dumps with the money that he has, so he's going to be retreating over to safety on B. But Corsa, on the other hand, makes a sound cue. Gets dealt with early on. It's going to be so important for Yasik to keep this rifle, right? Going into the next, you should be able to buy up. Chazza might be a little bit worse for wears in regards to weaponry or possibly utility that he can bring in. But otherwise, 3 ultimates on the board. Close the carries as well. They want to keep this as competitive as possible, as long as possible, before the money breaks.
Yeah, Yasik will be holding on to the Phantom for now. But a bit of a back and forth here. It starts to be a competitive game, right? It sort of began with Bonk getting a complete dominance at the start, a streak of 4 rounds, but now there's a bit of back and forth. There's a bit of answer and reply.
Just looking at the ultimates, actually, Chazza again up with that kill contract. Looking like he possibly might want to be using it early with a lot of damage going over, and there you go. He gets one early on. Let's see if they can convert on this one. Finally does. You've been expecting Lukey to possibly walk away with that one. The rifle since, well, last time he got humbled with the Sheriff.
Yeah, you want to make sure you've got the extra shield. Also being on full shield. Okay, doesn't need the kill contract to get all the kills. And to be fair,
he doesn't need to see them either.
Yeah, that also is a thing. But Chazza, yeah, doing some strong work, bringing up his ult twice already, with also 3 rounds to spare in the half. But Hobbit taken up by 3 players of EXO now. They're going to break into the B site, and it feels like Bonk have got already a lot of angles to work here and stop this all from happening. Guided salvos, no escape for some, but avoiding the damage by a majority. And Bonk play it safe. They know they've got the numbers. Why risk getting ahead of themselves? They've made mistakes before just a couple rounds ago. Don't want to repeat the same thing.
And that was only a 2v4. Love how reserved they're playing, even off that contact, jiggling for it, letting the spike go down and playing for that retake, right? You want to be converging from all the angles that they've got. You have a player remain, players coming from C-Link, and also have the only position that they don't have. Well, it's Cubby, and they're going to be clearing that out soon enough with those paint shells.
Beautifully done. Karu is all that is required there. Just a process of distraction, right? Have 2 players sort of poke and prod, turn your attention towards them, and then that's when Karu swings out. Strong stuff. Strong stuff. And Bonk guarantee at least equilibrium by the end of the half.
Yeah, just look at... I was waiting for the replay for that kill from Chazza. Like, so you get the kill contract. That's a nice early advantage to get for your team. Early 5v4. And the fact that you just get another one just for the timing peek through the smoke, holding the angle, knowing someone's going to be peeking, and it's just an insta headshot. And a massive advantage early on for Bonk. Like, it was a 5v3, and I loved how much more reserved that they were. We've seen all aim no brain moments in the past couple of rounds of solo retakes onto A, but thankfully they're starting to heat up a little bit. JJ actually sticks this TP towards back side and is rewarded with a pick onto Karu.
Yeah, it does stabilize the Endeavor, but Bonk needs to somehow save Chaz's life here. Goes down a shield, snakebite can be avoided. Lukey starts to whack some moles off the site. And now 3v4 Bonk slowly losing grasp of this game. EXO no longer interested onto this A site, and the B site now being the place of focus. Yasik does get one player on rotation, which means we are still level ground in this round.
But are we level ground on for the retake? Because looking at Bonk, they have that Killjoy lockdown if they want to invest it. It's going to be going over towards C-Link. But the issue is EXO have already read into this, so taking it preemptively. But the issue is Yasik goes for the corner peek, spots your shoulder, but doesn't commit to it. Luki does get the trade.
Can they save JJ's life? They can't, and Luca can't retaliate in time either. Trying to use the bait of the lockdown. Now Luki down to 30 points of health. He's been able to find the first one. Diffuse halfway. It's been touched. It's been threatened. But Luki doesn't crumble under pressure. The clutch is his. And EXO Clan keep things competitive.
What a way to stop that retake as well. Just from Luki getting that pick over towards Yasik on stage. It was a very awkward engagement, but one that was won nonetheless, and it's massive that getting that paint shells back up online, taking the first initial peek to make sure there's no one on that spike, and then like you can see it here, getting that pick onto Corsa, putting those paint shells out to deny it even more. Should he even lose that gunfight against Chazza, but just not even needed.
I'm enjoying this game. Sure, there's some chaos in moments, but that's what makes it fun sometimes. This is good stuff.
Well, looking at a little bit of an adaptation. They're not fighting for A main. They're putting Corsa actually over towards this A positioning and keeping Raze over towards C.
Recovery. Spike planted.
But the only issue is they've gotten a free plant onto the B bomb site. There's not really that many ults that they can work with here, especially that Viper's pit going down. You're looking at possibly Kara being able to jump in with that showstopper, because there's not much he can really do with the operator for this retake when that pit is up and online.
Sure.
Face your fear.
But I love the levels to EXO Clan's play. The showstopper doesn't connect. That's a crucial one. Carry down to 1. Is that mostly for the damage of the Viper's pit? No. It's the damage from the showstopper barely standing. Will that be the difference? Chazza able to find an early pickup through the pit, and that means that there's no longer that available for them. Cosmic Divide does put JJ out of position, but Bonk's been winning every single one of these fights. I don't think there's enough time.
No.
There is no time. The clock has run dry, and EXO Clan look to catch up. Bonk's score, that was a chaotic round and a half. I have no idea what happened in the past 10 seconds, but it was EXO to come out on top.
Everything happened. Look, just look at this replay. You have the Viper's pit, you have the showstopper, you have the Nightfall. You have players just running in. You even have the Cosmic Divide still up. You have an Omen TPing past into 3. Sure, does fall, but it doesn't matter. You're denying people sticking onto that spike, and by time and the graces of the ticking clock, they're able to collect that round, and they even have one of the best chances now to equalize. Look at the money on Bonk.
Yeah, not looking great. And for the final round, they'll have a hero operator, which has already found a pickup. Kill contract. Who's in it this time? Chazza, can you go 2 for 3? Yes, you can. That's 3 kill contracts in one half. That's actually pretty good.
And if we just ignore the first one, they've been relatively successful, right? Especially after off the back of Kara getting that first kill. You get the second kill, but the only issue is if Essie just trades himself going into Spike, there's a lot of damage being done by these sheriffs, guys.
This wouldn't be the first less than optimal buy that ends up in Bonk's way. JJ's required a lot and really doesn't have much margin for error. I would wonder if Waddles doesn't get that kill, if a knife would come into play, because that would be something. It looked like it. Either way, we're throwing this to a half. We'll be back right after this.
Remaining.
make a life for myself.
A very exciting first half has already taken place between Bonk and EXO in the first round of the main Swiss. Here at Challenges Northeast, the fight has only just begun. It's the first match of the day, and we're already treated to a lot of action as the two sides change positions. Now EXO on defense and Bonk on the attack.
I'm super interested, right, to see how this Bonk composition on the attack, like you have those double dealers, you're definitely looking to get more aggression and more early fights from the side of Bonk on this half. But looking at EXO, they have a relatively decent comp to be able to counter this, right? You have those kind of double sentinel of the Vise and the Viper, so they're gonna be able to realistically lock down two sites relatively easy. And if you are able to pair up, like, well, a Vise and a Viper on the same site, leaving B open maybe with just that wall, well, you put a snake bite into those thorns and it can be kind of dangerous for anyone who's forcing their way into the site. And well, with Chaz and Karu, you might be expecting some nice heavy site hits as well.
It'll be interesting to see how this unfolds, but for this round, 40 seconds already on the clock. And Bonk flirting with the right-hand side of the map. EXO Clan have got two defenders available for them. Soren only one in tree. Doesn't get anyone down with him. Paint Shots can do a little bit of damage, but Luki might be in trouble here. Solo defender, sure, there's reinforcements arriving, and they may have just arrived on time. Luca delivers with one. Things are close. 15 seconds, a spike will be permitted its plant.
Spike planted.
But still, this could go anywhere. Waddles, that's an incredible peak.
Player standing.
And Chazza wants to follow it up with a marvelous headshot of his own. JJ is all that remains in a 1v3. Seems a little bit far-fetched. Sure, there's an upgrade. Sure, you can have a ghost. Sure, you've got someone that's revealed themselves to you. But that's because Waddles feels confident, and Bonk win a second pistol of this game.
That's super important, right? For the round counts, getting yourselves up into a relatively good position to convert on Switch. So it got a bit dicey last time, right? But looking at the first half, the fact that you're able to convert 3-0 lead in that one, wanting to repeat it onto this attacking side as well. And I've just been looking. I cannot find a single other game that has run this comp that Bonk are running. X on the other hand, that's like the second most popular composition, right, in recent times on this map. The only one overtaking it recently is that Teo Breach combination. But Bonk, I cannot find any. So they're pioneers. They're pioneers, man. And can you really argue if it's going this well, right? You're putting players onto, well, agents that they seem super comfortable on, and the fact that they're able to play hyper aggressive with this double duelist if they wanted to. There's a lot of versatility that they can play around with on this attacking side, and the fact that they were able to win out the half on defense is already a massive win for them.
It is. Esso's proving to be a bit of a menace on this defensive side, though. And even though the buys look shaky on both ends, this still could very much go in EXO's direction. Waddle makes good use of the outlaw. Spike will be dropping. Luki, though, is the one that you need to keep your eyes on. If anyone's going to make anything happen here, it would be Luki. Just good for the one, though. Waddles keeps up with the dominance. He's been online since the start of his half, and now JJ wants to contest. Waddles finds an upgrade for himself and keeps the streak going. EXO did go for a light buy here. It was enough to do damage, but Bonk get the win.
I think this lowers the chances significantly of getting another 3-0 start to the half, right? Super expensive second round for them. You're sure you're able to keep over that Vandal. Can be a hero rifle moment that maybe you pop it onto one of the heavy dive duelists or even onto Chazza, right? 2 away from that kill contract. If they're able to get a couple of these ultimates up online, their ult economy is looking way better than EXO. Obviously, they're winning the first and second round, definitely does that, but you get into a post-plant situation. Waddles has so much utility, along with Corsa and Yasik, that they can deny, and really use the 6th man of time if they can get that spike down relatively cleanly. So maybe you can see them going into this round now, poking and prodding to see which is one of the weaker defenders' sites, try and get that spike down as quick as possible, and see how much time they can really delay with one, the hero rifle of Chaza, and then also the utility that is going to be online for Bonk. And if they can get those ultimates, could be an extra sort of sprinkles on top of the ice cream.
Sure. I like the sprinkles on top of the ice cream reference a little bit more than the cherry on top of the cake. I feel like cherry on top of the cake is a very,
Who puts cherry
you know,
on cake?
early 2000s, 90s, 80s type of thing, right? Like I remember my grandma making me those type of cakes where you'd put a cherry, but yeah.
I'll be honest, I've never seen a cherry on cake. I've seen them on like sundaes, like the very Americanized sundaes with like sprinkles and like the chocolate fudge sundaes with the cherry on top, but yeah,
sprinkles on ice cream is a nice reference. I like it.
Yeah, so it's like a pretty freeze with sprinkles on top. Do you know what I mean? Like you have to sweeten the deal a little bit.
Sure, extra texture, you know. It's important. And what else is important for this game is some quick adaptation here from EXO Clan. They don't want to be falling too far behind. Bonk are knocking on the door of double digits, and that would be double the amount of rounds that EXO Clan would have accumulated. They've got a buy round here. They need to make good use of it. Don't lose many weapons and get the round win.
Immediately shut out down over towards there. You have that drone coming out. Gets absolutely zero info. You have 3 players from EXO ready to fight, and even the one-way on top, it's no way that anyone really wants to be adventuring into. Although Chatter is sticking around a little bit to see if EXO are trying to push the luck, push out of that, try and get an early flank going. But the rest of the team, the rest of the sheriffs are looking over towards B, but there's only SO here.
Going up.
Good stuff by Luca to open things up, and this looks clean so far. Only casualty was SO, but hang on a bit, the numbers are ranking up here for Bonk. Suddenly it's a 2v2, and it's one rifle versus 2, and Karu could potentially pick up one of their own if they would like. Luca is on enemy lines. Bonk are all aware though, Karu knows. He gives the call back to Yasiek. What's he going to do with this? He's got the spike on hand, he's got 35 seconds, and the C site is open for the taking.
30 seconds left.
What is EXO's play here, right? There's obviously JD is backing off it from B, not wanting to give an early, because Yasiek 1v2, you're going to be looking to get an early fight, an early pick on someone, bring this down to 1v1, but assuming Luca's gambled wrong into going over towards A, and JJ might,
10 seconds left.
He goes a little bit too far when it gets a little bit too close for comfort. If he's able to peek onto timing from Yasiek, if he gets this kill, it's going to be a world of trouble for Luca, but it doesn't matter. Safe pair of hands, JJ.
Yeah, you never expect JJ to be up close. You've just checked that corner, you put the spike down, you're probably thinking, sure, maybe someone could be in sands by now, but no one up close so much. So yeah, good timing for EXO. They do lose 3 players though, so I still feel like it's on the expensive side. They're up against 4 sheriffs. So yeah, not the most comfortable it starts, but at least they start to gain some confidence, feel like they do have a say on this defensive side.
Actually got a decent buy coming into this. It's only SO realistically is going to be struggling for money. Bonk taking their first time out of the game, and realistically you have that kill contract up online. Waddles again, one off that ultimate. Also, honestly, what kind of adaptations they're going to be coming into this, right? We've only seen 3 rounds, sure, but it's going to be something that they're going to have to deal with in regards to EXO's composition, that it's going to be really hard to hit sides directly without early kills, right? Because you have so much controller energy coming in from this team, in the sense of you have the Viper and the Omen, you can block off those entry points relatively consistently, right? A lot of the time they're going to be the default wall from B over towards A. That's going to be a good position if you want to jiggle peek from A, and also, like we saw in the previous round, pop that wall up. There's a lot of decay on those players jumping through. A simple mouse one spray down can be really devastating. You pop some mollies on top, or some thorns, or even a nade, it just gets astronomically worse.
I'm sure what you said was very clever here, Summer, but I was just too interested in that tune in the timeout. I was really enjoying it. It was It was good vibes.
It's a bob, honestly.
Yeah. Bonk, what can you do with this? It's also a matter of getting those ultimates early so you can see some push out from Sans, see if you can get that orb in. Cairo only 2 away from the showstopper. And on the most part, well, not even on the most part, fully barren C site, free real estate. Bonk can just walk in, make it their own.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
And the only issue is I don't actually know the site's absolutely free, but taking baiting out that Vice will even popping the ultimate towards back site. They can't even capitalize off this space. This seems like a complete red herring, but the issue is the spike is not moving at all. And while EXO have completely shifted over towards this BC side of the map, you can see Shaw Luki wanting to lean a little bit back over towards A, but there's absolutely nothing to hold these players there. So the rotator coming in to C, they've taken absolutely way too long, and they need to be careful of just a flood back in and so much utility damage if this spike goes down. But JJ's already up in their face of Waddles.
EXO is also thinking of posting up closely as well. Kill contract coming in from Chazza, trying to see if he can make the deal easier for his team. He will be able to do so, but it's Yasiek to do most of the heavy lifting here. Luca left alone instantly, facing 4 players. Where did his teammates go? He just looked around, they all disappeared, splattered all over the ground. It's Bonk to win a very decisive buy round.
And it really does come down to just taking those straight up aim deals over towards C, right? You use the ultimate early on, you bait out the Vice wall, and they just sit and wait in main, scared of some sort of retaliation. But the issue is there's absolutely no one in sight for EXO over towards that C site. And finally, when the rest of the players filter on into sight from both teams, it's just Bonks that win out on the aim fights.
Waddles draws out the outlaw, knows his opponents are an eco, so says, easy pickings. I like that move, to be honest. That is a very smart thing to do. Saving on funds as well. EXO does get spotted. Unlucky.
Waddles
But on the same time,
especially keeping that long angle over towards A. No one's going to be on those full shields. Oh, Karu, surely not.
Oh,
Okay, we can be spotted at least.
Getting us on the edge of our seats here. Good timing, though, for Bonk to rotate over to the C site. There's only one there, and it's Luca with a Sheriff. Sure capable of damage. Double shot headshot for Luca. Not too shabby. Karu on the duty of shutting down the rotations, but they do take him down with him. Therefore, an upgrade for JJ. And out to 1v2. They need it.
Do you expect this high position from Waddles, though, on the way in? It's such an off angle, especially with the outlaw. Yeah, easily shut down. Even able to pick up the rifle, so he knows doesn't actually have to carry that gun over into the next, because they're going to be on full shields, right?
Yep. Completely right. I mean, not as dominating as other rounds here for Bonk, not as clean, but they've started to create a streak, so it sort of feels like it's still confident. They're taking a lot of ego peaks as well that aren't really necessary, but it's working. 2 rounds remaining, and this map is theirs.
Bonk want absolutely nothing to do with A, by the way. There's so many rounds that the only time that they're having any sort of presence towards A, other than the previous with that deep line from Waddles on the Outlaw, is realistically Corsa just poking and prodding, trying to bait out some of Sorzen's utility to clear behind the Viper wall or any sort of smokes that Yasiek is able to place in support. But this is what I was worried about. With this composition, the EXO, you having this Vise and the Viper on the same site, if they power through it, it can be devastating. It can literally rip your team to shreds with the amount of utility that they can layer up. And while Bonk have already decided that they want absolutely nothing to do, they're wanting to opt for this re-clear onto A. Oh, this might be absolutely awful timing for JJ as they start to funnel out the bombs up on top and the salvos, and he gets absolutely decimated. Pavlos, there's no way he can escape. Luki's the last line of defense.
And not for long. Tries to draw out the showstopper. as a final attempt to hold on a little longer, get a few players down with them, go down with a ship.
Spike planted.
But EXO Clan are required a 2v3 here. And when it comes to clutches, Bonk have been just a little bit stronger this game so far. Can the status be reverted? Chazza is in trouble, still guard and dropping in. He is jammed down back to the classic, which means EXO has an optimal trade there. Kara alone, shot stopper available though. And it's enough to get them off the spike. Just purely by fear, he's winning this round. Throws it in, that's a pickup. 1v1 now. Throws the paint shells towards the spike itself. It hasn't been touched yet. Karu knows. All the information is available to him. Goes in aggressive, there's not much time. Luca needs to get off it, but does stick it. Gets off it again, but I think there's just enough time to defuse it. Barely enough time to get it down. Just less than a second of a difference from Bonk winning that round. But it's EXO Clan that gets it, and they remain in the game.
And Karu played that so well with the showstopper, putting fear into the diffuser to get off that spike. Even nets the kill with it, puts the paint shells out early, it has his weapon back out, but it really comes down to the shot that was hit at the very end. Look at this from his perspective. Luca, an instant headshot back onto that spike, and fine margins in time to get that done.
All right, looks like Bonk are going to switch up their approach a little bit. Oh, no! Yeah.
Not like this.
Karu shots are just heat-seeking missiles, completely getting rid of Karu from the sky. Damn. Well, I think Bonk is going to second-guess themselves when they want to play aggressive like that again.
I mean, that was one of our first rounds that we saw a full fight from both teams over towards A, and it was not even a fight, Pablos. There was no fight from Bonk. It was one of those bark is worse than the bite moments from them when they're looking over towards that A site. And yeah, you don't necessarily have the best utility in the sense of a lack of flashes to get you guys out. Sure, you have the satchel from Karu, but well, that did not go very well. It got instantly shut down, plucked out of the sky, and then everyone else just realistically falls and follows into the follow-up from EXO that they have. They have 3 players, they're just holding Mouse 1. And there's no one else that can get that movement across. Like when you look at JJ with the Omen, you can get the TP across, you can get the satchels. Obviously, Courage attempted it. And even now the players are split up. 1v1 opportunities. Want to play on site, but they're not going to be jumping the gun. They want to play this safe. 18 seconds left, and it does get a little bit scary. Corso puts his best foot forward, but it's only good for 2. 5 players is a little bit too much to deal with. And EXO are closing this gap, Pablos.
They are. And the thing with EXO Clan is that they know better than any other team in this region right now how important these best of ones in the main Swiss stage, how important they really are. They barely got into playoffs with a 3-2. These games are brutally close. And the type of teams that can make it into the lower bracket, you know, with the likes of Enterprise if they have a bad day, with the likes of Metasport also being a serious contender, the more, you know, you give yourself the opportunity to qualify, the more qualification matches best of 3s that you give yourself, the better. Otherwise, you could be in trouble. So EXO Clan are placing a lot of importance on this game and are fighting for it with everything they've got.
With everything they got, it's even forced out the final timeout that Bonk have to offer in relegation, trying to fix up and clean up some of the rounds that they've let slip, right? And looking at the overarching fair few rounds that we've had in the last couple in regards to the rifle rounds in particular, they're pretty much on even footing, right? Like, sure, you have the pistol and the conversion, which makes it look a little bit more Bonk dominated on this attack, or into this half at least. But EXO, they've had some really nice rounds. Both round 18 comes down to a really nice clutch, really nice shot hit by Luke, and then round 19 was a complete shutout. I don't think we can phrase that any other way to be a little bit nicer to Bonk. They were not in that round at all. And into this one now, really dodgy buy coming in for Bonk. You have a hero rifle for Chazza. Course has already been dropped early on over towards A. And look at the push as well. They're going to be on that fast flank. And it's putting Bonk into a small little box where they might have to push into EXO's ultimate. But Chazza fortunately has found someone with that kill contract.
How's he done that?
Down.
Yeah. Well, when you're standing in the Viper Spit for a long time, the snake bite just
Snakebite's kind of scary. It doesn't.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, not fun. Could this be? Never mind. 3v1. Surely not, right?
Well, he's got a lot of information where EXO are, a lot of space, a lot of time to work with it. Just whether he prioritizes getting an early pick or playing super heavy for a post-plant situation. He's even worried about a fast flank, but EXO are just not moving. They're not budging at all. They are aware that they have a large, like, overwhelming benefit in this round in the sense of it's a 3v1. They have the advantage. They have a Prowler as well to help clear outside. The reveals also come back online. They also have the Nightfall. This should not be a round that Bonk loses or Yasik is able to get away with anything more than a maximum 1. Maybe even 2 if you give him the benefit of the doubt of hitting a nice flick.
Well, last time Yasik was in a clutch position, it was 1v2. And I think it was EXO and JJ against him, but they were separated, right? And JJ caught him off guard playing out in Sands. It was on Seaside this time. Different battleground. And there's a self-made one-way, which is what could potentially surprise his opponent. To come down to it. Stars start to make form on site. If you go a little bit too far backwards, you will get spotted. Doesn't even come down to it. Sharon with a nice little flick of the wrist, 90-degree turn. And looking up on the y-axis as well, is able to deliver this round for EXO Clan. So again, clean starts for this roster, getting those entry picks and closing out the rounds with the numbers advantages. They're looking a lot more confident, and there's only 2 rounds of difference between themselves and their opponents now.
And the momentum shift, you've got to be feeling it for EXO, right? You've had a nice clutch in round 18, a devastating round 19, and in round 20, bad bye for Bonk, and they're even able to keep it in a relatively clean fashion, right? Keeping 3 alive, you have the money already starting to build up for them. On the other hand, Bonk are starting to lose traction over this game. The gap is closing. Sure, they still have the lead. They still have some nice heavy hitting ultimates online, especially Waddles and Courses can be a really nice execute with these.
Good placement of the alarm ball. Actually comes out just on time. EXO Clan were really thinking of digging their heels in there. But Bonk, instead, pivot towards his left-hand side. Not a Vice utility. Baiting out the wall. Let's come out. Shazza, you've turned your attention towards B main in time. There are 2 players looking to line up their shots. Prowler won't be affecting Corsa. Instead, Corsa saves the day. That's 3 kills. And EXO Clan don't really have many answers. 2 of their players are very split between themselves. As Bonk group up here, choose any of their sites to take, they should be able to get a win here.
But the issue is, look at the HP on Waddles, look at the Thorns that are up on C. If they do decide to keep going in the trajectory that they're poised in the positions to go, sure, you still have the ultimates online. It can be pretty good. Yeah, even invest in that lockdown just to clear out sight, give them an opportunity. Should those Thorns get popped, they can wait it out, or if they're able to shoot them earlier on, that would be great for them at the same time. But it's also buying a lot of time for EXO to get onto this flank. They have to be aware of it, but it depends how quickly, and a lot of ultimates actually being invested. All of the ultimates have been invested.
No. The timing. Waddles was looking a moment ago, now no longer. EXO closing up the gap here. Do you really expect them to be so separated?
Corsa's got a great position to deal with this, though.
Smoke fades. EXO pick up. Waddles does win his fight. That is a saving grace here. Silver lining. And now they know exactly where EXO is. So easy pickups here for Yasiek. Bonk able to close things out on this round. Match point on Lotus.
But that was so expensive in the ultimate. Sure, you've converted the round, and realistically off the heroics, of course, are having a great answer back of a triple kill over towards B-Nate, completely shutting down that push. But it's more of the fact that you invest the Killjoy lockdown, you invest the Astral, and also Tail ult, that they haven't got any sort of ult economy to work with realistically in this. The closest that they have is Shaz's and Karu's, which aren't necessarily the greatest ones, and it's still so far away. But on the side of EXO, you have the Showstopper online, you have Swordsman's Nightfall for some nice retakes or some denial of space. If they try and rush for a spike plan, it can get so scary for Bonk in the next couple of rounds if they're not able to close it out early.
Leave that back. Taking that back.
look at the positioning actually of EXO. Everyone on the Nan is over towards B, bar, well, Luca over towards C with his setup. And it's just they're using the mini door being broken for JJ to have that line of sight to make sure there's no one scaling up onto A or up over towards this. You even have EXO now rotating back over to be that jump spot. But at the same time, Bonk left stunted. They haven't shown realistically any presence anyway, bar B main really, really early on. The jump spot should start to spot them soon as these utilities get popped. You're looking at possibly even trying to split into B with the positions that Lotus is taking up over towards main and that smoke from Yasik. This is going to get scary if they go into B, Pavlos. There's 3 players here.
It's very scary. Not only that, it's a complete nightmare, but Bonk somehow have a way back in. Chazza is the last player standing 1v2, spiking in hands 14 seconds, can get it down on time. The question is, has he got a clutch in him?
Left.
And this clutch is for the map. And the first round of the main Swiss stage here at Challengers Northeast. Spots out ahead, that's information on the 1. Knows there's one coming to the left. Can you isolate this? Couple of headshots and it's enough. 5 bullets. Can you find the pick onto Luca? The answer is a resounding yes. Chazza, quadra kill on the final round of the game, gifts Bonk the W.
And how clean those kills were. So it gets a little bit dicey over towards Heaven, a little bit of damage through the wall, but a quick turn onto that last player and a quick shutdown headshot. And yeah, I was gonna say, it's starting to get scary should those ultimates come into play. And especially after that multi-frag, they go to split into B. There's 3 players there. It feels like it's completely destined to be pushing us closer and closer to overtime. And well, it's not even needed, right? You have that ISO, the player at the top just to close it out in the 1v2. You're talking about a clutch gene, he definitely has some.
Oh yeah, this is already a big level up from the last time you kind of saw what used to be the Sheshmans, now Bonk roster from the previous split, right? Going 0-3 in the lower Swiss, not winning a single match, being dead last, then coming into this split, winning all 3 of their matches, getting themselves in a good seeding now in this at this stage, and winning their first game of the main Swiss stage. This is some really cool development from Bonk. And honestly, when you said look out for the individuals, yeah, they did pop off.
Yeah, and honestly, I was a little bit disappointed at Bonk at the start, right? You have the roster, you have the composition change. It wasn't going too great in regards to fluidity. There was a lot of solo plays, but a couple of rounds in, it completely clicked for them, and it was looking super strong to close out the halves. And then into the second, super strong with this double duelist on the attack. And honestly, they fought themselves out of very difficult situations that they got put in just by the pure aim of some of these players, right? You think of that Corsa triple kill over towards B main, think of even Chazza in the last round, and I think even with this composition change for Bonk, they're still keeping up their Lotus win streak, right? That's 7-1 with 3 different comps in the last couple of months. So you have to give props where props are due for Bonk. They really do understand how to play this map.
Yeah, and for EXO Clan, not the best debut for Lotus, right? They would have loved to get themselves a dub there, but no, the first time playing this map, at least on an official setting, not going their way. I mean, a lot of people would look at the ISO performance, but I'd also want to give a look at Corsa, right? Because, look, he was a change for this roster from the previous season, and I don't know if it's the cause behind the scene. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely allowed them to level up, really, and some solid performance on Killjoy. I think Corsa played this round, and that's a little bit odd because he used to play the Initiator a lot. So yeah, some flex rolls here and there, but some standout performances from the new additions, and seemingly being enough of a difference. Any final words before we throw to a break here?
Pioneers of the roster, pioneers of this composition, couldn't find it anywhere, and well, they have a 100% win rate on it, so there's nothing that I can necessarily judge too much. Sure, if we see this matchup again in the comp on Lotus in the future, then maybe we have a little bit more to go off, but at the moment it's looking really clean for them.
Well, up next is going to be Go Next versus Formulation. Really exciting matchup. Go Next did get themselves in the top 2 spots of this stage last year. Let's see if they can get themselves some solid success from the main Swiss as well. See you in a bit.
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we played together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day, good day.
Hey. They been on it, drum on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Just I get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major.
Hello, lovely people. Welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We've already seen the first map of the day here in the Lotus Swiss take place, and now it's time for the second map to be played out against two different opponents this time. Formulation versus Go Next. Both teams competing in the main Swiss last time around, but Go Next with just a little bit more success.
Yeah, just a little bit, right? And when you're looking at these matchups of the teams in general, well, they finally made it for the side of Formulation, right? It was sort of trials and tribulations to get here, and from the roster themselves, there's a lot of good performance, right? And I think we were mentioning before, like when we were looking at the teams coming into this weekend, is there's been a little bit of a change up on that roster in particular. You have Polvi coming in, which is super nice to see. A player that's been in, around, about about in so many different regions, so many different teams, and also tiers. So definitely one of the players that I'm excited to see in this matchup. But overall, these two teams, I'm excited. I think it's going to be a little bit of a head-to-head depending on what map that we go to, because these maps kind of share the similar pool, and obviously since the changes of the map pool in general, some of the maps that both of these teams like to go towards have been taken out. So it's going to be shaking up which teams that they want to, which maps that they want to leave in, because again, best of one still, like all the games today, is going to be interesting to where we end up as well.
Sure. I love that you go directly for the source there, get right into the nitty-gritty stuff. I love it. I'm getting excited for this game as well. But let's go a little bit more general and introduce Formulation as a whole for this roster, right? Because, look, they've been here before, you're right, and they do bring Polvi, also right. I think the question is, how much of a boost in performance will this be for them? Because let's be fair, the lower Swiss performance has stayed the same. 3-2 in wins and losses when it comes to the performance in the previous sector of this tournament. Sure, on paper, Polvi brings a lot. Like you said, experience. It's good to see this familiar face generally. You know, being one of the spearheads in OnlyFins, and how can you not love that mustache? Yeah, I want to see if Formulation have actually upgraded since last time around and bring up a lot stronger performances, because Go Next is not a weak team at all. They're top 2 from the previous split, so they've got a lot ahead of them here.
And they also did relatively decent in challenges. That I think they were able to score a point. In the end, They came second in their group. So yeah, sure, it's only 1 point. They didn't make it out, but it is still something that adds a little bit of weight to this team in particular in regards to reps that they've had, not only against teams in their own region, like we were talking about Split 1, but also branching out and being able to have officials against, well, other regions, other play styles as well, and, well, walk away with at least a victory in one of them.
Sure, exactly. But talking about the roster itself for Go Next, if you've, missed the action out on Challengers EMEA, no worries, we'll update you. Last time, this roster was in Challengers Northeast. They were going by the name of Chakmat. Thankfully, that's no longer the case, because we'll be failing pronouncing that over and over again. So it's Go Next. Thank you, Go Next, for making our jobs a lot easier as casters, but also thank you for picking up this super team, right? These players had no right to come into the season and play the way they did on their debut year at this level of play, right? They were completely cracked. They, upsetted performances over and over again against teams that had a lot more experience, a lot more prestige on paper. They just said, we don't care. We just want to, show off here. And sure, yeah, you got players that have been around the block, especially in East with the likes of Zero Tenacity. If you look at Kriz, if you look at Demic with the likes of Incognito, they've been around, sure, but this all Polish lineup is so explosive, and I don't think anybody expected for them to bring the level that they did in the fashion that they did this quickly. So I'm super excited to see what the ceiling looks like for this team as well.
Yeah, I think the ceilings are rising, and I think that's something that I'm liking about a fair few teams in this league. There's not that many changes, right? We tend to see a lot of overhauls. Yeah, see, looking at you, but more of like on these rosters, there's barely anything changing. Like you have max 1 changing for the side of Formulation, like bringing that Polvi in, but it's more of the experience as a roster and the cohesion that they will have, obviously all coming in their native language. Again, that's a boost, and I genuinely love full nationality rosters. Yeah, sure, we can talk about international mix,
sure,
whatever, but like if you have that identity as well, it's so nice to see, and I think it's a very good bonus when you're coming into a league like this, that you have been playing with these players for long, you're all on the same page with everything, and especially with just this general hype around them, the progression is getting better and better as time goes on. And talking about the ceilings, I don't think they're anywhere near this.
No, doesn't look like it. And look, on the one hand, you could also go with the argument that, being picked up by Go Next and also having performance that you did in this previous split kind of increases expectations. There's a little bit more pressure involved now, right? Before it was kind of, yeah, we'll just show up, play our games, doesn't matter how it goes. Well, not really, they kind of want to win, for sure. But, there's less pressure on them to perform. But as we go and look into the map straight away, it seems like we've got a split. Wait, I thought neither of these teams play split.
well, neither of these teams are great on Split. Go Next are like 1-2, Formulations 0-1. Again, it's not a map that they're playing a lot, and it's something that with the new map pool has changed a little bit of where they need to prioritize where they're wanting to go. I'm surprised it wasn't actually Haven that was going to be seen floated all the way to the end. Formulation's the one to ban that out because, well, Go Next have played that map a lot. Currently like 8-5 on the win-loss ratio, so keeping that further in is a dangerous map to go to in the best of one. So Go Next wanting to Formulation wanting to take that out and starve Go Next of one of their better maps. But it's the same thing for Fracture being banned out, and the fact that we're going to Split, I need to see what has improved from the last time or the last couple of times both of these teams have played it, because, well, Formulation didn't have a good showing on it at all. I think they had like a 30% win rate on both attack and defenses. It's not what you want to be seeing for a repeat performance, right? Sure, it could be just the opponents that they were up against, but again, you need to get rounds on the board somehow and some place, and both sides looking relatively weak. So coming into this matchup in particular, it's the same thing for Go Next. Like, there needs to be something that I can grasp a hold of and believe in, especially in this Split game, because I'm doubting. I'll admit I'm a doubter for this map.
Okay, but on the one hand, just to ease things up a little bit and be, the devil's advocate, if you're Go Next, you did play against Eternal Fire, and they were the Challengers EMEA finalists, right? Coming in from the strongest region. So you got to look at it with a pinch of salt. And coming into this, of course, you'll probably, learn from your mistakes, where your shortcomings are. So it's still going to be a tall order for Formulation to take on Go Next, especially with his new roster, with a new addition of Pulvi here. I still would consider the number 2 seed coming out from Challengers Northeast to be the favorite in this one. But tough opponent for Formulation. I wouldn't want to be them, coming into this one and playing a top 2 seed, but nevertheless, they were the choosers of their fate. They were the ones that went 3-2 in the lower Swiss, so it kind of gave them a bit of a rough start to begin with. But yeah, I kind of want to bring in a question I did earlier as well. Any players you want to have an eye out for, want to see how they can perform? Personally, it's Pulvi. I want to see how he does. But yeah, any players you want to keep an eye on and think that could have potential impact for this game?
It has to be. I want to see how this name, obviously we've seen him, like I said, in and about everywhere for a long time. It's nice to see he's back home, right? We've seen him in the wrong regions. He's back where he belongs, okay? And I want to see how well he performs coming into this roster, right? In the sense of, it's the new addition, but what can he actually do as the spearhead, right, of this roster? And I want to see how much impact he can have. Sure, it's just a bit best of one, but like when we go further and further into this tournament, how much this new addition elevates Formulation gaming and to be able to push the barriers that, had been set by them last split.
Yeah, and there's also the argument of who's going to be playing Duelist, right? Because bring Pulvi in, you kind of expect him to be put into that star position, and Kalkina having to play, obviously being exchanged, not having to play out of it anymore, but how does it kind of adapt around you? We've got a Yoru comp on both sides, but different ways of playing it for either of them.
Yeah, and this Formulation, they're not opting in for the hyper aggressive stuff of having that breach tear. So for Go Next, I'm looking at how well Demic is going to be utilized by both of his initiators and set up, right? Because there's a lot of fancy things that you can do with all the utility dump that you can get from Kozak and Neffy, along with how aggressive Demic can be with the TPs. We saw similar compositions in T1 recently in the last couple of days, and I'm in love with Fade coming back into the meta on Split in particular.
Sure. Yeah, it's good to see you back, and it's good to see that multiple, adaptations can be made on how you want to be approaching these maps. It's not just a bread and butter comp that everybody plays. It seems like there's a few ideas here and there, and I feel like for Split, everyone seems to have their own adaptation on how they like to approach it. And for Formulation and Go Next, it is no different. I can't wait to get our hands on this map. As, like we said, a best of one series for anyone that is just joining in here. This is a Swiss stage format, which means you need 3 wins during the stage to be able to qualify into playoffs and contest for potential ascension points or even Challengers EMEA representation, right? This region gets 4 spots into that tournament, so you want to make sure you can get there. GoNext was there last split. Formulation, not even close. Maybe this time it will be different, but it all begins here on Split.
And just going back to the thing you said about when giving the pinch of salt, giving the benefit of the doubt to GoNext, like they did play against Eternal Fire. We'll give them that, but it's more about what can they learn, especially the fact that they're starting on attack. This is one of the sides that they struggled with the most in that matchup. I want to see what they took away from that matchup against Eternal Fire, because you gotta best believing the second in the tournament has got some things to teach you.
Puggy might be caught out into the open here, but it's just a clone. We'll look to stick around in the same position for now, but GoNext look to explode in here. Great little pop flash. That accounts for 1 kill. There is some retaliation from Puggy, but still GoNext seem to be favorable in this exchanges. 1v1 on the site. Elbow being pushed up by Neffy. Puggy trying to assist, but Chris is able to find the Paxter. Polvi, you proving useful, but it's Camel that's left all to himself here for this clutch. 1v2.
Lower HP on Chris, so it makes it a little bit more believable, especially with that early kill. Now the player has to be towards site, it has to be the planter, but there's a lot of utility for Neffy to work with. There's a flash, there's an aftershock, a lot of delay timing. Can Camille thread the needle? Even puts like the smoke up on top, forces Neffy wanting to play around the smoke, playing the mind games, but right into the clutches, right into the draws is Camille, who snatches away that first round.
Starting off the map with a clutch, that's not too bad of a way to get going here for Formulation. Camel must be feeling pretty damn good for himself here. I mean, look, coming into this one, I looked at Formulation, I looked at the roster. I was happy about Kalkina, right? I really liked him as a player. And, you know, the prospects he had for, you know, as a player, as a duelist. But you can't not bring Polvi in. Either way, it's a good start for them in this map. And like you said earlier, Summer, this attacking side was not the best for GoNext. So if Formulation can exploit anywhere, this is it.
Starts off well with a pistol. It's just whether they can secure this follow-up. There's even an outlaw out on Polvi. There's a lot of weapons. There's a lot of different weapons, actually. A couple of Stingers, Bulldog, Spectre. We're playing gun game here for Formulation. See how many can get on the board at the same time. But the issue is none of the kills are actually, none of the fights are actually being given to them early on. GoNext trying to get some sort of isolation, and they turn their heads over towards mid. And your issue is look at the utility, look at the players.
Well, there's only one defender towards this B site. So I don't think Camel will be having too much fun here. Well, he could, but these guided salvos can hurt. But he's avoided them so far with a TP back out, and Demic trying to get into the backlines quickly does get disrupted. Stinger doing a lot in the hands of Maxim. And Vubit will be there to close things out. Just a single casualty. Not too shabby for Formulation as they're able to double up their score.
And it's just the Stinger you lose anyway, so it's nothing major. You even should have a sheriff somewhere to drop over, even if they want to invest into a lower cost weapon into this one. Keeping that many weapons, sure, not best. It's not like you got Guardians or even a hero rifle coming in, but think of how much damage that can be done with that Outlaw Pavlos, some utility on top as well, and you can see these Bulldogs and Spectres start to shine and make this an even more dangerous round 3. But GoNext, they do have those rifles up on board for utility. I want to take heavy fight over towards main. Demic walks away with his life and a kill, which is so important, but 26 HP, that's almost nullifying this Yoru into the rest of the round.
I'm all out.
It's going to hinder his confidence for sure. And GoNext look to set up. Already putting some pressure in mid. Polvi will instantly turn his attention in this direction. Oh, he's close to the action. But Kozok is able to get the pickup quicker. And now GoNext have got a real chance to just cross the finish line here. They've got 2 players advantage and now favor the left-hand side. Where there's only 1 defender, this is a real opportunity for GoNext to get an easy round on the board.
Just counts how clean can they get the kill onto Camille backside, especially with Maxim coming for the rotate. Puggy's not too far behind over towards fence. Even with the paranoia up online, you have the snake bite to pop in, and also with the fade reveal wandering over towards heaven. This could be nasty.
Yeah, best case scenario really for Formulation. But the clone is thrown in, paranoia expended from both ends. Demek backside. Camille's been able to win that 1v1 last time, but it's Maxim to try and interrupt. But by sheer numbers, Go Next will be favorable. Exploding as a unit, a ball of death. And it's enough to put them on the board.
Demek the sacrificial ammo towards backside, getting that TP out and just staying alive in that position forces Go Next to take that super deep swing. You can see Chris going for in that round. After that, everyone pops out of main.
Operator now in the hands of Polvi. Looking to see how it could make use of that.
A glass cannon won it as well, so could be easily dealt with realistically anyone from the side of Go Next in regards to weaponry. But the important thing is what kind of positions he taking, looking over towards main, trying to keep crews under lock and nullify any sort of lurk presence that they can have, which means they can put full attention over towards mid. Look how many players are aware of a possible positioning from Demek, and there you go. Timing from Vubit as well to get that pick. And also, look at this space, Pavlos, that they've managed to realistically re-clear just with that one kill. It pushes Go Next all the way back. They're not confident to stick around in mid anymore. They're walking straight into an operator. Pulvi ahead of the smoke. Spike dropped as well.
Indeed. So Formulation instantly able to make good use of the operator. TPing to the backside. Polvi has to spare his attention to two different directions, but he's wary of it. Zesta, so speedy, so quick with it. Polvi could not react on time, and he keeps it going. And he's got the spike all by himself. I mean, if he got deleted there, Formulation had a real chance to close out the round, but it's not over just yet. Neffy doing so much from above.
30 seconds left.
And Puggy left to himself. You've got to wonder, do I go for this? It's a 1v2. Losing this, we'll have no rifle to the next round.
Spike planted.
Tough decision, but surely you want to go for it. Give it a good old try.
Give it a look, at least, if you can get an early kill. Makes the round a little bit more believable. But the only issue is how separated both these players are, and everyone on site is on a little bit of a tear at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah, Naffy, great repositioning over towards main, on just stood out in the open, not prepared. And an equalizing scoreline. Look at the money that, the issues that's done to Formulation's economy, right? You talk about whether the save was an option for them in regards to keeping that rifle coming into this round, because they weren't going to have money realistically either way. Even if they were able to win, it was still going to be a little bit of a dodgy buy in the sense of there's not many funds in the bank. And into this one, you don't have any sort of hero rifle. You have the hero Buckies, though. If they can replicate some of the performance we saw with the Bucky on Lotus, then maybe they can make a case for themselves in this round. But an Outlaw opted. That could be devastating to realistically anyone on the Formulation side. No one with 150 HP to burn through the shields. It's a one-shot kill. The only issue is for Passes, no one's peeking him. Nobody wants any of that drama over towards main. They want mid in the sense of you're keeping a V-bit there. You want to try and utilize any sort of damage that you can get through this wall.
Bring them down.
But it's just poking and prodding for now. You know, there's some sort of presence towards the right-hand side. Prowler sent after it, but again, Zesta on his own little lookout towards B. Smoke will fade and will be able to potentially shut down Maxim from rotating over, but this is strong presence here for Go Next. Fight's about to break through. Flash is available as well. Go Next should explode into this, and there's not much you can imagine Puggy to be able to do with just a sheer Bucky. Gets one before he drops, but Demek, the fact that he finds himself at the backside, creating an extra angle of approach, of attack, proved to be fruitful, but Camel does end up delivering here, so it's still a 3v3.
Just look at the positions that they're coming from. The rifles are absolutely unobtainable, and with the long-range weapons, they're not actually able to get on site. Saying that, Chris has popped the ultimate, but they just walk straight into the kills, one for each of them to close out that round. And realistically for Go Next, love how respectful they were to what weapons that Formulation were able to buy up, force into this one. Obviously we know that they didn't, but that's hindsight Harry into play there. But it's more of the fact that they had presence over towards B, they poked and prodded around mid a little bit, and that kept the rotation for Formulation relatively spread out. And that meant when they did finally go for that A hit towards the end, it was a realistically weakened site for the side of Formulation. Both weaponry and numbers were in favor of Go Next.
Formulation attempting something different this time around, going for a mid exploration, but leaving Bolvi to himself. And unassisted, there will be no trade. Good flash up. Maxim couldn't really do much there. Endemic takes full advantage of it. The B site will be taken over, and Camille gets shut down through a smoke. Well, I feel like this round's already secured. Blinking, you miss it. Go Next take full control of a B, and want a decisive win at that. Only Puggy to find a pickup throughout the process. But yeah, this round is going to the polls.
Wait, you don't believe in the Puggy 1v4?
Sorry, but no.
No? Okay. I don't know if I could get you on the Puggy hype train, but yeah, we saw him in the 1v2, wasn't able to get it done, and saw what that did to the economy of Formulation. They weren't able to have that hero rifle, but yeah, looking at everyone across the board for Formulation, now the credits are still kind of shaky, right? Keeping this rifle up and online, you can drop it over to possibly one of your dealers. Like Pulvy's going to be like ways for ways in regards to economy, but talking about economy, look at Go Next. They have funds for days, Pavlos, and especially now that they've netted this 4th round, this is already on par with what they were able to get the last time that they played Split, so it's realistically only up from here with what they can do. And looking at the ultimates as well, Kozak is here and he's ready with that Teo ultimate.
Yeah, Armageddon unleashed. Well, 3 players as well on the Formulation side of ultimates if you speak about that, so it's not as if this round is not up for debate. Operator this time for Polvi, not a glass cannon, so shields do help. It's just that everyone are on half shields, and playing up against Phantoms, it does make a difference. Those one-tap headshots are indeed one-tap kills.
This is looking like a very direct hit over towards a fast take of Heaven. Already starting to go site now, even with the ultimate being invested over towards CT actually. So Polvy's going to be in a prime position.
He's able to avoid the Armageddon. Dimensional Drift used to get out of dodge, and that's exactly what happens. Gets a pickup, gets away with Meta. Might actually want to switch things up and play towards main, given that he's got reinforcements in that direction, but first wants to realize what the information looks like in Heaven. That's genius. He takes so much value from that ultimate, jumps up. He's just trying to interrupt Chris. Shorty brought out, but Camille is quick on the case. The rotations have come in for Formulation. This is some quick work coming in from them, and Kozak is left all to himself. The positive note for him is that he can close down this cross, right? And he's able to do so against one. Oh dear, Guided Salvos can do a lot of damage. Camille is able to avoid them for now, but there is some time. Oh, he takes damage from them! Kozak is able to clutch it up! When it all seemed to go so well by Formulation, it just doesn't go their way in the end.
Oh, that must have been a miscount of how many had truly passed. Oh, it doesn't even have to get his hands dirty for that clutch. Pops, sure, gets the first one on the cross, pops down those salvos and can sit back in the armchair and rest for a little bit, and even forcing out an early timeout from Formulation. And I think this is, yeah, it's definitely the right time to be doing so, if not earlier, like before round 7, because that was, they've been struggling on these rifle rounds, right? Sure, it's getting close, it's getting scrappy, especially when we get in Polvy's operator out. We've seen some nice picks, but there's little, if not no, follow-up off the back of it. We've seen like one and dones, and then the position that he's retreated to or TP'd back to gets capitalized on very quickly from Go Next, whether it's Demix TP, like when we're talking over towards A, Demix TP over towards screens, Caesar's TP over towards deeper onto site. There's little to no escape for Polvy when he's playing such an aggro position and then trying to jump back after time. But I will say, Viper's Pit is still back online. True. Looking like a possible hero rifle for Maxim. Might sell it to equal out the economy a little bit, but they're needing to get a round on the board relatively soon, right? You're looking at Split to be a relatively defended-sided map, right? Even with compositions when we're seeing the double duelist from Formulation. You want to be seeing space taken and space held, so they have that information to work off, especially when you're running that solo initiator of Fade. There's not really much that you can do for the mid round except go for these fights, and I'm glad that they're doing it now over towards A.
Chris won't be having much trouble dealing with Polvi there. Damek also choosing to join into the fight quickly. Yeah, and as quickly as he joined the fight, he'll be leaving it. And by saying leaving it, leaving the server entirely, at least for this round. Maxim pushes out through the smoke. Optimal timing for this, and all of a sudden, Formulation are in pole. Not for long.
Not aware of the vent timing. Favorite wanted to reclaim that space just before anyone could slip through off time of Maxim leaving. But now is a little bit of an opportunity for a double up. It is nice, it is clean. And look at the remaining players of Go Next. They've been stumped by this eco round from Formulation.
Well, Nefi was smart. He knew that Carol was in the angle there on that corner, so Aftershock would have flushed him out of that position, so he had the weapons advantage on the trade and the angle. Does get dinged, so down to half HP, and a 2v2, not that bad. But considering, you know, Formulation were on a lesser buy, it's already a very good result, and upgrades are around. Puggy will probably go looking for a rifle before they go for this retake.
Yeah, especially if they wrap around all the way into spawn or go for the flank. There's one in mid, there's one towards deep A main, so there's opportunities for that upgrade. My question is, they're obviously going to have money coming into next because this was that half buy round for them. But for the side of Go Next, they're going to be super happy even if they lose this round. Obviously not super, but in regards to the economy, it's not going to do much. So it's as much damage they can do to Formulation, getting these rifles off the board, stopping any sort of build-up, and rounds netted. Chris always gets one over towards Heaven. A lot of damage done. He tries to get over onto site, but there's absolutely no way Nefi's going to let that happen. And 6 rounds attack size split, Pavlos.
Indeed. Looking dangerous. And look, it's like they're teasing Formulation a little bit, right? Because they gave him a bit of an in the previous round. The picks were there for Formulation. There was a real chance they could have won it. But when it comes to clutches, Go Next have been some of the most successful teams, not only in Challengers Northeast, but in EMEA as a whole. So, yeah, always got to be aware of situations like that. Formulation need to make sure they can take use of the early advantages that they get and cross those finish lines round after round. Go Next are not going to give them anything for free.
It doesn't seem like Go Next are giving them absolutely anything. They've given them the pistol, and that's about it.
Well, they give them Demic.
Yeah, they'll give him Demic. But that also brings out Maxim's all over towards mids. Formulation want to keep this space so much, and it gives so many free rotations as well for Formulation to be able to stack over towards B a little bit more, especially when you have players locked in towards mid. You have the same similar position from Polvi with that operator ahead of the Vipers all over towards A. It's just whether he's going to get the same sort of treatment as before. Max 1 and then he gets run down. The benefit this time is Demic isn't there to have that TP into the backlines, because there's realistically not much support for Polvi over towards this A site.
No, but he's usually good for the one, and he's patient enough to not get baited by the Jiggle Beak, but he does get picked up. Operator now on the ground of Formulation, at least have the numbers advantage at this, but look at Kozlok, he's being sneaky. 2 players on site. Zesta realizes he's got to do heavy lifting. Doesn't even allow Formulation to set up. Gets away with 3, stop it! This should not be allowed. And Kozlok is even around for the guarantee. Nefi doesn't really need to take the fight here, but he's trying to put the pressure on to delay his opponent. Kozlok comes into the field of view, and Go Next are completely tearing Formulation apart on the attack.
They have learned, Pablo, as I was talking about, I want to see an improvement on the attack. Sure, it's against, realistically, we can say a lesser opponent of Eternal Fires to Formulation, but Go Next are looking hyper clean on these rifle rounds, even on the anti-ecos as well. They're doing the due diligence in the sense of poking and prodding everywhere, trying to assess the situation, what weaponry Formulation have brought in, and then able to make the decisions off the back of it. Oh, Puggy.
Ouch.
That is absolute horrible utility of Towards Heaven. Not even allowed any attempt to play into that round. Neither is Viva. And just like that, within 15 seconds, we have 2 players of Formulation off the board. And Go Next priming up for an A hit with Hulvies, again, isolated on an island.
Not fun. You kind of need to do some heavy lifting here. And for Go Next, no weight is an issue.
Does Maxime get caught here?
He does the catching out, actually. And Hulvi able to figure out Kozok's position without having to drop, so that's valuable. 45 seconds on the clock. And Go Next start to make a decision and trying to quickly move towards the B site. Maxim realizes of the situation and tries to stop it all from happening, but instead gets the lead of himself.
Oh, Camille is dead to rights. How many?
Damn.
How is Kozok getting away with multiple kills with salvos in the same round?
Spike planted.
Honestly, I don't know. It's impressive.
Perfect placement, realistically. Love the double up of utility over towards A Heaven, right? You have the stun and the salvos into that top ramp position. Places where a lot of duelists like to play. A lot of players want to take an early peek. And then just onto the stairs to make sure nobody pushes up. And Polvi, I don't think you're going to get away with your life here, especially when there's a shorty just around the corner.
Yeah, he went fishing there. He was like, I'm gonna catch him. He was out there with a spear and you know, able to get his prey without much issue. Terrifying to be up against Demek there. But yeah, it's a tough time for Formulation, albeit able to find early advantages, you know, early pickups. Just can't seem to take over. At least once Go Next have got side control, it feels like it's game over from there.
Yes, even when we're talking about the rounds coming down to the wire, the clutches have all been going in favor of Go Next's way, whether it's with the utilization of delay utility, just fragging power in general.
It's a good start. Trying to spray across the smoke. Can't quite get the kill. Got close. Kozok down to 30. The thing is, Formulation have got to win this round. Losing this, and I think you can call this map already in the hands of Go Next. Maxim, next engagement goes his way. And this time, it's not only a one-man exchange. There was, for a second, spike control for Formulation. That's no longer the case, and it's equilibrium in numbers.
And especially now with Kozok's ultimate online, should they get into a post plant, especially with the positioning of Chris, is looking like it's gonna be an A finish. Get that spike over, run it over, get Caesar to get that spike down. Kozok is just not gonna peek anyone realistically, right? You want to keep this player alive as long as possible. Salvo's up, Armageddon up. And also you have 2 players as that first line of defense on site itself. Look how far back he's playing. How much he's in spawn. It's like he hasn't even started this round.
He does not have to take a gunfight. Definitely more useful to the team with utility in hand. Formulation though, this is realistically where they try and bring things back here. They were up 2 players now. Level. Maxim able to find first blood in this fight. Chris holding on the backside. Armageddon already dropping in. And the guided salvos are still in hand. This is so scary for Formulation. So treacherous. Shorty double kill by Chris. A complete quadra in the round itself. Go Next are toying with their food.
In the half.
1-2 is all Chris needs. And 1-2 might be the only rounds Formulation gets. This has been domination. Like, it's just complete stress out from round 3 onwards. It's rifle round after rifle round after rifle round for Go Next, and they're dealing with everything Formulation throw at them.
You've got to give kudos to Go Next though. You know, being down 1 player, being down 2 players, they never care.
They don't care.
They always find answers.
Find you.
The mid round has been impeccable, whether it's just with utility or with the patience to sit and wait. And you even Kozak in the last round, he was in spawn, and you could even see Puggy's utility trying to clear out a player towards main, like they're aware of that player there, but they just haven't got the time or the depth to deal with him.
Zesta does get deleted first as the showstopper does work here for Vubit. Viper's Pit making sure that Heaven Control is all for Go Next, and Chris within it. He is a shark lurking in the shadows, ripping players' heads to shreds. Go Next still on the disadvantage, but does that really matter? It never has at this point, and with the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Neffy, you're still in trouble. Kozak playing screens.
That's clearing out nothing though from Puffy. Sure, it clears out Sight, gets him in a prime position to deal with, but he hasn't cleared out Ram, there's salvos, there's everything.
He pulls it off. Neffy gets a pick up on the Maxim. He didn't have any health on him. How did he do that? And Kozak can now just swing the smoke once he hears the spike being diffused. He can just cross in. Of course, with an operator, you can't do much against two players. Double digits for Go Next. And that is half time. That is ridiculous stuff by the Polish players. And yeah, what a way to start off this map. We'll be back after this to see if the pace can continue.
Spike.
The verdict of the first half is that Go Next not only are the crazy players that they were in the first blitz, they're even better. They have completely taken over. The only 2 rounds they've lost is the pistol and the follow-up, and now if they win the next pistol, yeah, I think you can call this map quits.
Maybe Formulation are an attack side team. They have double duelists, so we can make the conversation for it. It's actually super aggressive, super pacey up over towards B Heaven, and the crunch on B is going to come in really super. There's so many players here.
They really are. Formulation trying to take the pace to their opponents. Assessor gets first blood and gets interrupted as Pelvin walks into the smoke. Still, you've got to take good care of Demic, and that's already done. Crit trying to find some answers, but Formulation have flooded in so quickly, didn't give a chance for Go Next to have enough players to deal with it. Neffy, though, he's wary of Camille's position, as he wasn't too silent about it, and now brings things to a doable standpoint. Spike dropped 2v2, and Neffy doesn't slow down the pace. Instead, tries to mask his drop with a pot shot still. Vubit delivers, and the 2 Formulation players play as a unit. Kozak being low does not help his case, and as soon as he puts himself out into the open, he'll be Formulation's dinner.
You know, while the whole site here, the split from Heaven and B main was going on, do you know what Camille was doing?
What?
Running down Kozak in vent. That's why Kozak rotated all around CT, and that's why he was late to the party, because Camille was bullying him in vent. He was trying to come up the zip fire. Camille was just sat there with a classic. Fortunately, Neffy does clear it out on that sort of retake. Like, you can see it on the mini-map. Yeah. He could not leave. He had to rotate all the way around A Heaven into CT, and then that makes that disjointed retake in that 2v2. Like, you can see Neffy trying to take the timing, trying to be proactive. God, it's just a little bit too far away.
Oh, this paranoia has potential to be really strong. Catches 2 players. And Vubit uses it to perfection. 2 out of 3 defenders eliminated. And Zesta basically just a splinter away from death. Tries a couple of random Hail Marys. That was a bit comedic, how poor the exited the smoke. Figure out Neffy was next to him, so he prioritized him and then got Zesta. But Formulation not taking a hint of damage is important. As I do say that, Maxim loses a fight against a Classic. But yeah, solid performance. If you can hold on to your primary weapons into the next one, there is a chance. It's a difficult one. It's a big mountain that GoNex have created, and one you've got to climb, but at least puts you in the conversation.
And especially when you're looking at this round in particular, the fact that you only lose Maxim, you don't lose anything, right? You lose a Ghost, which is fine, right? He's gonna have enough money to whether he wants to buy up a Sheriff or can get one dropped or even buy up a Vandal if he feels like it. And this is a very dangerous bonus, right? We saw the one in the 3rd round. It was shaky because the 2nd round was so close, but from this one, this is a great chance for Formulation to be able to net a 3-0 start to the half, convert the bonus, realistically ruin GoNex's economy, at least in this one, because you have 3 players down to 0 and 3 rifles to work with for Formulation, but the issue is they don't want any of it.
No. And GoNex get guns in their hands, and it's the same story as the previous half. They don't care about pistols, they don't care about bonuses. When it comes to rifle rounds, they are simply unstoppable. But even if they were the ones 3v5, you would never count them out. Instead, it's Formulation on the hot seat, and Polvi trying to do heavy lifting here. Maxim also chiming in on a different front. But as I say, different fronts, that's where the weakness lies. Formulation is that so spread apart. They're asking individuals to do a lot.
But they have managed to get at least in close semblance of a pair walking around. This dynamic duo is going to be needed into this one to try and convert, because does he go overlooked in this corner? He does not. Nice clear from Vubit, and that opens up the opportunities right now for Formulation. This is looking like a full rivalry rifle. There's nothing lacking for the side of Formulation, save utility they've already used. The only issue is they're starting to make sounds. They're starting to go to exactly where Demic is waiting. Both players here, so Kozak's going to be in for a quick rotate. Surely not through the smoke.
He can hear both footsteps leaving into the site, so he can definitely follow up on it. They won't be checking behind them this quickly. He even scopes in for the second. Demic double kill. Very aware of what he had to do there. And even if he didn't deliver, you had Kozak nearby as well. GoNex are only 2 away from making split their own and going quickly 1-0 in this main Swiss.
Quickly, I think, is an understatement, Pavlos.
Yeah.
They've lost 4 rounds, right? And it's literally just the pistol. Sure, Formulation actually have a decent chance in this one because of how much damage realistically has been done over towards GoNex in that round in particular. You even have Critters being forced down onto that judge, but as a Viper player, I'm sure he doesn't necessarily mind too much, especially over towards Heaven. You have to be favoring Formulation for what they're actually bringing into this round in regards to the weaponry, and especially now that they've had that ultimate over towards it and they've got free sight. But Polvi's he's tried to get out of that ultimate and he's down for count yet again.
Oh man, come on. They're not even seeing their opponents when they're getting these kills. Oh, okay, this is not even fair at this point in Formulation. How can you not be disheartened? How can you not slay your weapon by the wayside and just call it go next? Next opponent.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, low-hanging fruit to be fair.
Huggy, you've been in so many 1vx's, but I think this is the most unwinnable of them all.
No damage.
No damage.
Oh, actually, 15 onto Neffy.
Well,
I lied.
that's bit. We don't call that damage. That's more like a sneeze. Someone sneezed in his direction, right? But the fact is, can we watch this? Look, what is this? Neffy.
Come on.
It's not even the fact that Formulation are doing anything inherently wrong, right? But it's more of the fact that GoNex are doing everything right. There is absolutely not a single misstep that Go Next have made that Formulation have been actually able to capitalize on, right? Sure, there's been some shaky rounds for Go Next coming down to clutches and vice versa, but again, it's the right step forward for the clutches. The rounds are going on the board, and we are at 12-4 so early in this series. Like, hello?
Yeah, it's not looking bright. Formulation, though, this is the better chance than any to get things through. Kozok being so comfortable to just take these angles. There was really no need, but he knew he could get away with it. That's exactly what happens. Free pick. Even throws in the drone to figure out how many are really around. So we'll see how many of his teammates will ask to stick around into the B site. The answer is just 2, so there's still a Viper lurking. Everyone hold your ground and play the numbers game here.
The issue is the Viper lurking hasn't necessarily gotten any space anyway. Maxime is just holding that mid push, trying to see if there's any overextensions from Go Next, because, well, you'd expect a team that's 12-4 playing with the utmost confidence of not having lost a single round with full rifles in your hand, that they might want to try and push
30 seconds left.
and see what they can get, and maybe try and get a punish from Formulation in the sense of over peaking, over pushing the advantage. But again, they have so many rounds to deal with. Even if it's not this one, it's gonna be one. Oh, that doesn't kill!
Oh no.
How?
At least that's a good thing for Formulation, given that they got Camille on the case. Kozok. Oh, no way he's isolated here.
time.
He's not letting them plant! That's the win! No, Camille gets the pickup. Just barely getting the pickup. Formulation still in the game.
12 is all I get.
Bruh. 12 is all I get. Seriously? Is that the verdict we get out of after what we've seen so far?
I thought I could get you on the copium train because
You've clearly spent too much time in Twitch chat.
Hey, they've got a rifle round, Pavlos. This changes everything. It's the first rifle round out of how many have they had?
True, they've broken the curse. It was a curse.
Yeah, maybe this is just a super attack side split game. And not defender sided like we normally see. But yeah, it comes down to fine margins that they're even able to get that round. That it is, I don't think anyone like any casual viewer of this match that doesn't have necessarily any ties to Formulation or Go Next are definitely on the Go Next hype train, right? It's because we're at the position of they have been decimating this entire game. Sure, we take the pistols out, ignore those. They're just not a pistol team, guys. And when we're looking at the rifle rounds, dealing with anti-ecos, dealing with force buys, dealing with everything that gets thrown their way, whether it's sight hits with ultimates, fast exits, it gets shut down quickly. And I think that's the main thing here is they now have 7 chances to close this out. You have the operator out from Demek, who's pushing his luck over towards mid. And at this point, it's Formulation's game to try and win, right? It's Go Next's to lose.
Indeed. We can see that Demek also respects early presence, doesn't really want to stick around for too long. Chris, on the other hand, decides that smokes don't exist to block his vision. They're there so he can just walk past them.
3v5 winnable. Good mid-rounding from Formulation could bring this back into their favor, but Cruz has already spotted out a player towards heaven. TP from Camille even drained. There's just no space being given from Formulation, especially with this smoke as well. They're trying to push their luck. Good elevation kill onto Chris, but Kozok's ultimate just reclaims the space like that. And again, it's back into this stalemate. Formulation have to do something that etching over towards B, but looking at the utility, right? Salvos have been used early, so that's a positive for Formulation that they don't actually have to deal with that or the Armageddon on this site hit.
Okay. How much can they really do? It's going to be explosive from Formulation,
10
and they're cutting it down to the
seconds.
wire. Not much time remaining, and GoNext have got everybody here. Kozak with the first line of defense. Esther also joins in. Everybody wants a piece of that damn pie. And for GoNext, it's a tasty one, it's a scrumptious one, and they're one that they'll be savoring until their next matchup to see how those one will go. But what a great start for them here on the main Swiss stage, going 1-0 already. And it's not the 1-0 that I think they'll be taking away from this, is the sheer dominance, I think.
Yeah, I think the only thing they can really take away from this for the side of GoNext is crack their pistols. Crack some pistol XX, crack some pistol rounds, because I think that's the literal only thing that we can really criticize in this match, in the sense of they were in 3v5s that they were able to pull off and pull back into their favor. They were down player counts, or even when they were able to net 3 kills in the matter of 15 seconds, they were able to close it out relatively cleanly. And then the clutches were going in their way. I didn't think GoNext, other than the pistols, had a step wrong.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, sure, you could make the argument that they gave away a lot of free kills at the start, which Formulation, couldn't quite take over later on, but they always traded it for something. They always traded it for information, for space in the map. It wasn't just aimless kills at the end of the day. But for Formulation, it is back to the drawing board. There are some things that you can definitely look over. I think for me is the fact that rifle round after rifle round, Polvi wasn't the operator, but Formulation couldn't really put it to good use.
Unfortunately not. Maybe, like you said, it was working in scrims before, and just once up against GoNext and the officials started to crumble. But like I said, I wanted to see a little bit more support for Polvi on that defensive half. He was on that isolated angle, and it's a great angle to hold. Like we saw even in the replays there, a couple of kills he was able to net, but a large majority of the time he got that 1 kill ahead of the Viper's wall and was traded within the matter of seconds, right? Whether it was from the player right next to the first initial peak on main, or whether it was with TPs towards backside from both the Omen and the Yoro. There was so many layers to dealing with the operator of Polvi that just nullified that presence realistically in the game.
Indeed. So this has been 2 out of 4 games being played out today, 2 out of 8 games being played out in the first 2 days of competition here at the main Swiss Days of Challengers Northeast. And the next match that's about to be played is one that I'm really looking forward to. ESC Gaming versus Enterprise Esports, one of the most high potential and high ceiling potential, and the likes of Enterprise and ESC Gaming with a complete revamp with some familiar faces that I can't wait to see try to play against Enterprise here. So yeah, a really important one here, and I can't wait to get things started, but we will get things going after this short break, so make sure you don't go anywhere.
I know we only met just now, and I don't wanna freak you out now, but baby, all I think about is you and me up in a tree, yeah. You whisper something in my ear, the only
nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, you remember that. We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm right. Vibes are here when I am outside. Born for the flows to keep the flows tight. Tell me why they love to lie. Soul is dark but the mind is bright. Nocturnal, we live for the night. You wanna try but yeah, not quite. Monster with the bars, yeah, I might bite. If I have to, I Tyson up the mic. See me, I don't do it for the likes. Keep it Air Max, yeah, like my knives. Ooh, I like to plan before I strike. But what do they know? Frequency's high, it never gets low. But yeah, what do they know? You're dripping in drama from head to toe. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, told them, nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Tryna impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always?
Time I did, I pay my dues. Affiliated to this paper, I need freedom from my family line. Draw my life design up like fine art. I'm jumping out just to unfamiliar coordinates. Topped off the porch like I could touch the sky. Red is not one trillip. The ism talk the water out your faucet. Look at me flossing, I'm so wavy I could change the tide. My intuition sense the hatred in your ways. You imitated, forging lines, claim meaning means that's just to justify. Yeah, right. West side, born maritime. Creole baby, my bloodline. My lungs clouded, my thoughts crowded. Say all I see is these dollar signs. Finna make a play and that sound delay. On mamas, I testify. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. You ain't recognized game. I'm from the Bay, okay, I'm versatile and my slang is different. I'm lane switching with the same people that I came up in this thing with. My head swivel, I'm homebound, got a target back on my backside. The cat peeling with the cast iron, better run for it, run before I catch you. Pick it out, ball it, block it. Trying to stop my blessing. Gamble with your life, don't bet it, don't bet it. They can't stop my blessing. You do best not to test it. Yeah, you right. Real all in my blood supply. Get ball up top, finna make a play. I cast a lob like I'm Jalen, baby. No co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. If I say it twice, then I meant it right. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. You know, co-signer, no co-pilot. They pen pals, my flow designer. My brain signal out of range with it. My palm mission is a dollar sign. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for it, run. I might take paper chasing, looking for the funds. Run for it, run for been on it. Drum on the rail, I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Facade get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a boss, so they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Jump on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Dre with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She be curving you just to flirt with me. Totally tucked out, but the jewels out. I just in a home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. It ain't ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed.
It's time for the third match of the day here at Challengers Northeast, where ESC Gaming take on Enterprise Esports, number 3 seed of this same tournament, Split 1, that took place just a month ago. It's a different look for ESC Gaming, and Enterprise have got a lot to prove. So generally, I'm super excited about this matchup here, Summer.
Yeah, this was your matchup of the day, right? If I don't... If I remember correctly from the start. Mike's already been and gone, so this is your time to shine, right, Pavlos? Why are you so excited for this matchup in particular? You touched on Enterprise being this up-and-comer. They performed really well at Challengers. We're even a team that, well, PBR Pacific said to watch out for, if I don't remember, if I remember correctly. So why is this team someone you like?
I mean, if you look at the names on this team, it kind of speaks for itself, right? You've got world champs with the likes of Killers, right? Zeke. You've got, you know, VCT performers, Doma, with playing with the likes of Fnatic. There are some really iconic names here in this Enterprise roster that, you know, on paper should have already dominated split number 1. They didn't. They underperformed, right? 2 teams, one with just rookies that have never touched competitive Valorant before, and, you know, Checkmat, that is now Go Next, also bettered them. It wasn't a great look. They didn't even make it out of groups into Ascension. At least they made it there, right? But I feel like it was a tough start for them, and this is what the reason why I really want to see how they do here today is to see how they can really excel, you know, as time goes on. And for that reason, let's introduce this roster. Let's look at these players one by one and see exactly their journey up until this point. Obviously, like we said, tough times the previous split, Summer, but you can't not think that there are some really important names around.
I mean, we're looking at ESC at the moment, so that's gonna not Enterprise. It's gonna be the team that Enterprise are gonna be facing.
Sure.
And this team, I have to be looking at. Well, they've obviously recreated this whole roster compared to the previous bit, and the fact that Beast Mode is the only player really remaining there. And I'm looking over towards this Link and Brody representation, whether it's talking about from back in the day in regards to the Nordic scene, along with, well, Epic Land winners, right? The LPB sort of roster, they have experience together, so that's going to be a nice duo coming into this one. And then I don't think you can say anything necessarily wrong about the other 3 players in the sense of they're very solid players. And I think this roster might need a little bit of time, obviously, because it's complete new basis of this roster. There's no formation or foundation that a player's coming into, similar to like Paul V in the previous matchup. And I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt that they had a rough going to get to this stage, right? And I want to see how well that they can actually sorry, that was my cat. She's interested in the ESC, guys. She wants to see how well this team performs, and I think it will just be how well can they improve off the back of them having the experience of going through that Lotus West.
Sure, yeah, 100%. A lot of players that haven't seen the spotlight for a while, and we want to see that happen, but someone's in their way, at least for now, and it's Enterprise Esports, so we'd want them to see the spotlights quickly, right? Like we said, underperformance at the start of the split. Sure, as time went by, they became a little bit more dangerous, and they were a team to take a map off of Pacific. And that team didn't look like it could lose maps, really, when it came to challenges EMEA. And probably one of the reasons why Pacific, after their final win, went and said, we're looking at Enterprise Esports. They're looking to improve and probably will be their strongest contender coming into this one. And look, there's a really good reason around it. There's some good prestige, good experience, and even though there is prestige, they're still in their prime years, still very young, still very capable, and are definitely hungry to get to tier 1 quickly. And even though there were some rookie teams that beat them up until this point, I don't think they're going to shy away from giving it a good run and seeing if they can be the best out of this region. Not only the best out of this region, but the best in the EMEA.
Yeah, and it's a massive compliment, right, from BBL Pacific to say that not necessarily they're scared, but Enterprise is someone to give attention to, not only for the form that they were in when they faced off against each other, and Enterprise obviously took a map off them, but talking about their potential for improvement as well. And they have that foundation, something that I was saying that ESC maybe lacks coming into this with the whole new overlook of the roster and the overturn of that. But Enterprise definitely are going to be a team with something to prove. And you mentioned of the last split, not necessarily the best results, but they're on that upward trajectory, right? And that's something that I want to see them continue on and not falter under the pressure that's realistically being put on them. And not only just by outside or by us in particular or BBL Pacific, but internally, right? They've had a relatively good performance at challenges, and to try and replicate that, or at least keep on that same wavelength coming into Northeast itself.
Sure. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that one goes. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about maps, right? Because it's still a best of one. Sure, it's a main Swiss stage where, you've got a couple of chances, even if you lose this match, to continue and make your way through playoffs. You still have plenty of spots to get there, but there is some importance to this. It really is. And, with ESC Gaming, going 1-3 in the previous main Swiss that they played, they kind of want to get things going on the right foot for them. And this upgrade that they bring, and look, I do like a lot of these players that have played them before. Noman, Russ, Lubchix, all of them had the night share, all of them had some strong capabilities, but let's be fair, none of them have the prestige that these players have been brought on now. None of them have the caliber and the experience that they have. So if anyone is going to be drawing an upset in this main Swiss stage, I think it's going to be ESC.
Yeah, definitely. And let's look at the maps themselves, because in most recent times for Enterprise, the maps aren't necessarily super favorable for them, and especially the fact that we're going over onto Split, it's not necessarily the best map for them historically, but for ESC, it's also a complete unknown. So it's, again, we're going to a map that either has been, similar to in the first series, has been played by the other team relatively a few times, but is not necessarily that successful. But also there's no data to work off for ESC on Split. Not only the fact that they haven't played it, but also the fact that it's a complete new team, right? And it's going to be even more sort of adaptations that Enterprise should and hopefully will be tested with once we get into game, and that will see how well this improvement and the trajectory of Enterprise is going to go, whether it's going to be going on that continued, being able to adapt in game, which is super important for teams, right? Especially in this day and age of Valorant, there's so many different combos that you can do with utility and so many situations you can get yourselves in. You can't just train every situation and have an answer back and protocols. Sure, they help, but they have to have some sort of adaptation on the fly, and I think this is going to be a good test for them.
So I've got a fun fact for you here.
Okay.
We've got two players in each team that have played with Ascend, but obviously at different points in time. Killers and Zeke winning world champions in 2022, and then you've got Brody who played on Ascend in 2023, and then Cullum most recently having played on Ascend and Split 2 of last year. So all of them somehow have ended up in Ascend. Ascend have released their Valorant project, no longer being in this ecosystem, which is unfortunate. It's seeing a world champ go. I hope to see them come back at some point But yeah, that's a fun fact that they've, you know, dabbled with the same environment. And I think coached by Monster. All of them must have been coached by Monster then. That's nuts. That's cool.
It's a little reunion for XSN players. Like I said, whether they played on it at the same time or not, there's still some sort of that identity left in those players for sure when you're coming into this. Talking about identity of players though, I am super excited to see Mr. Travis Mendoza, Mr. Link back on the server, who obviously was one of the top performers in early Valorant, right? Back in 2021 and 2022 on that Liquid roster, getting top 4 places at international events. You have pedigree not only just on him, but other players in that roster, like you were saying. It seems it's the old guards coming together on TSC. Admittedly, they aren't old in the sense of you getting like 30-year-olds coming back to the game, but it's the players that we were seeing, the names that we knew back in 2020, right? 21, 22, maybe fizzled out a little bit, had their retirement moment, but they're back and ready and playing under ESC.
Well, we do have our agent select coming in as well. We do see just a minor difference. Raze versus Yoru to be the, you know, the change between the two teams. The difference, well, the rest of them, you know, kind of try and figure out that the core, that sort of the double controller of Viper Omen is still the best pickup. Teo and Breach, great for breaching in and creating space for your team, whether that's for retakes and takes. And we saw that that's really the case, how strong it can be. Just a map ago, if you were with us for the previous match that we got to see, that was the case. It was a very strong setup for them. Yeah, and one inevitably that Go Next was able to win. But look, we know who the favorites are here. Enterprise obviously should be winning this one, but I really want to see, and the reason why I said this should be the match of the day, is how much of a fight ESC Gaming can bring.
Yeah, I think the fight, if they can't necessarily overtake Enterprise into this one, which is going to be a tall ask, right? Just based on what we've seen of Enterprise as a whole, but if ESC can put up a fight, make Enterprise sweat into this matchup, and with similar composition, sure, obviously, like you mentioned, the difference between the Yoru and the Raze, I want to see how well the capitalization and punishment can be for possible overextensions or isolations of players on Enterprise, similar to what we saw in the previous matchup of Polvi being left on this island as this Yoru and was getting, sure, good for one, but the follow-up from the Yoru of the opposition was there and ready and fast. See if they have something similar.
Indeed. Killers is the one to get the first blood as Cullum decides to play aggressive. He did have assistance, but he was a bit disjointed, so no trade potential. And as the drone does its work towards the left-hand side, you realize there's a presence of at least one player, and Enterprise think that is probably best to not walk in that direction. Oh, they've definitely heard of Brody, haven't they? Or was it just snuck by?
I don't know. They have their weapons out, ready to fight, but definitely spotted out here. A lot of util actually expended to use it. It's not as if it's going to make it easier for the players trying to retake A, or at least hold down any sort of positions over towards Heaven, because there's 5 players going to be barreling onto site.
Yeah, this should be a simple ordeal here for Yas and Enterprise altogether. It's VQ though to find something.
Last player standing.
It's not quite easy to get anything more than that, right? It's a clean collection. A triple kill for Yas, and Starkey being the one to draw final blood in that round. Enterprise Esports with a dominating first round.
They don't even need any of the post-plant setup, by the way. Like, Jazz is just stood out in the open, sure, slightly covered from CT, but it's more of the just straight up aim duels over towards main, no help, nothing even needed. So that's 3 kills for them in the round, and it's nice to see your duelist hitting the ground running, and especially in a matchup like this on split on the attacking side. Has that Marshall out, wants to get some free pickings over to ESC, who are great, complete classics, no investment at all.
Yeah, it's a rough one, but they will spend some time to get an all pickup beast mode, hoping that he doesn't get spotted early on. Instead, it's a Marshall shot through the smoke to get the job done. Look at Jazz go! He's fired up, ready to take this on. And sure, Cullum does end up with a pickup here, but this feels like it's curtains for this round. Enterprise just going to be making this B site their own. They're good to pull the brakes, though. Make sure they don't get overzealous here and get caught off one by one. But Starkey's definitely got the superior weapon in that exchange. And this should be clean work as Brody is the final player standing. Smoke fades right on time as there's 2 players looking in his direction. Starkey finds a second kill for himself this round, and Enterprise go 2-0.
You lose a Marshall, you lose a Ghost. That's absolutely fine for Enterprise. Coming into this one, you have the force-up for a rifle from Kyle's, and even actually Jazz is going to be forcing one out. So this bonus round is very scary, especially with normally your extremity players of the Raze and the Viper, in the sense of the first and then the last, both have those weapons on board. Sure, they're supporting decent weapons of the Guardian and the Bulldog on others, but you're looking at, oh, not the both TPs, and Starksy comes out just in time to deal with beast mode, and that is not what you want to be happening at the very start of the bonus round for ESC.
No, it's not. Reminds me of the first round as well, the pistol, where Cullum got a bit disjointed with the rest of the team trying to push out on A. It's kind of handing the win on a silver platter to Enterprise, right? It's kind of like, here's a free kill. Play off of an advantage for the next few minutes. I mean,
the one on pistol round, you had a stun, you had the Teo utility as well. It's just, Kyle's just ran in front of it all and took their aim deal onto Cullum, which is just unfortunate that he gets caught off in a position like that. But that step is gonna at least raise the warning bells for Cullum. He's ready for this fight.
How many can he get though? That's a nice early pickup. Uses a TP to get out of dodge. Not too bad. Now there is a poison cloud stopping Brody's vision and relevance in this round, but as soon as it pops, he's back on the fight. Starkey is yet to cross over, waiting for the right timing. Brody tries to swing by, but it's Link on site to cause more of the trouble. Starkey, what can you do here? The answer is not much. Link is unleashed and finally back in challenges, finally back on a competitive stage and in a team, and makes his mark known already with a triple kill.
Yeah, I think this is a difference that I'm already liking that we saw from the Polby versus Cullen in regards to how they're playing this Euro round over towards A. Obviously still wanting to play ahead of that Viper wall, but even in the first buy round, Cullen is tucked into that corner, has that TP all the way back screens. So he gets what his, and he gets out to a super safe position that Enterprise cannot capitalize on unless they insta-trade.
I missed Link, man. this is one of the reasons why I wanted to see this match so much. I mean, it's not just Link, it's Brody as well. VQ. So many familiar names. They're back.
Well, not in this round, they're not back, because Zeke has something to say about it, has dealt with two of them on their own, and his teammates are picking up the slack. Let's see if the long-awaited Link has something to say about it, but at this point in time, there's 4 players for Enterprise for him to get through, and an opportunity at least possibly for a pick as they come out main, but the fact that they're grouping up as 3, Kyle's is still over towards A, just going for that look, might get hit with the timing as they come out B main.
Poison's off.
Yeah, Link has...
30 seconds left.
He really needs to rely on luck, to be fair, if he has any chance in this round, but it's more about taking the rifle to the next one. But he knows so much margin for error. Will try and interrupt anything from happening. Smoke falls, goes in anyway. If he could have interrupted the plant, that would have been good. He knows that one's on site. Doma does end up fending him off. Now this Doma and Link head to head goes back years. Fnatic versus Team Liquid, but now Enterprise versus ESC, and it's Doma to win that first exchange.
Yeah, how many teams ago was that for both of these players, right? It's going back in the years, because Doma's also been about. He's been in a couple of different regions as well. It's nice to see him not necessarily back where he belongs, if you want to think about the highs of some of the players, like obviously Link as well in the same conversation, as well as Zeke, in the sense of the highs of these players have been super, super high at the top of the pinnacle of, well, Valorant esports. But it's nice to see them at least trying to make their way back. Column's not going to get a chance in this round. Jazz is reading into the fact that money is low, wants to farm up those ecos with the Outlaw. It's just easy pickings for them.
Yeah, I think you can just find some damage there in mid as Enterprise show themselves early. Killers not shying away from taking the fight against Link. Just dry peaks. And this seems to also be around to create an ever stronger lead here for Enterprise. Is the only round the SC got the bonus, right? Enterprise's
Yeah.
bonus. It feels like that's the case, yeah. You need more than that. We saw how
wouldn't
scary it
want-
is in the previous match when
Yeah,
a
that's what I
team
was gonna
wins
say.
how many attacking rounds.
You don't want to repeat of what we saw in the previous split of it turning into an attacker-sided map.
Yeah.
Or just a general gun or rifle round dominance from one
Sure.
team. Unfortunately for ESC, they aren't even able to pick up pistols to bolster their round count a little bit more, so it does stand at a firm 4-1, but this is the chance again. We were talking about how many chances they had in the previous map, in the sense of when they get these rifle rounds out, because it was a devastating cycle, right? You lose the rifle round, you're onto a half buy or a full eco, and then it's just that repetition of not having everything you want in the round, and then you're just getting absolutely trounced by the opposition. So it's nice to see that Kamal has that operator out early, has been droned out and spotted over towards A. Same goes for Link over towards mid. Jazz is spotted out, but that all goes insta up, and it's kind of starves Enterprise of any further information of where, if this player is rotating over to help, if they setting up some sort of a trap play. There's a stun that comes out for a push into main, but it does not hit.
Yeah, I'm curious why Beast Mode decided to push that. There is another engagement from Enterprise moving in from mid. I think you try to stop it, but without any assistance, there isn't much they can do. Enterprise taking advantage of a couple isolated players, already giving themselves the advantage, and now spreading out, making sure that no entry is safe for ESC.
Not even gonna go for it, Pavlos. They can't. Look at the money. Realistically, Feku and Beast Mode aren't necessarily even gonna have the best. Going into the next round, they're gonna be starting to rack up that loss bonus. But at the same time, it's super important to keep this operator alive, and Jazz has an opportunity to take it away, but nice headshot. And Cullum at least secures that operator into the next. They have noted it before in the round, so it's not necessarily giving up any information, but what I want to see is how they're going to make an adaptation, whether they take a timeout going into the next, just to really get a game plan going, because at the moment, it has been Enterprise all the way.
Yeah. And I don't think that's a difficult statement to make. Silver lining is that you've got guns, but it's what you make with them that matters. Now's a chance to show 4 ultimates available. Now, that is something. You can't lose this round. I feel like you lose this, that's the whole mental and psyche of ESC out the window.
It's definitely not great to see, and it's definitely not great to feel being 6-1 down on defense split.
Shaky bye.
Especially when you have, and it's not even just 4 ultimates. You're even 1 away from getting the Viper's Pit up online for Link as well. We saw in the previous match is liking to lock down mid with that, and how much control it actually gives the defenders. But also you're having an opportunity to put that over towards a site, or if they're going for that defuse, there's so many versatile ways that you can actually use this. But it's more of the fact that they have 4 other ultimates that they can burn through first before that's even required, or something that you're looking to be that round win. But looking at Enterprise, they're completely split up. They're having this usual lurk over towards A, a little bit bolstered by Zeke's drone. At least gets Kyle's over into the corner, but Beast Mode is ready here and waiting along with Feku. Looks like he's holding that stun to assist and trying to use his counter utility, but it's just a trade of stuns, trade of paint shells, and still no ground gathered for Enterprise. And this is where Kyle starts to look. Kyle wants to get a pick, puts the benefit in her favor, gets a kill both sides now.
The stun is good. Link didn't really have a chance there, but still gets one before he drops Column.
30 seconds
If
left.
he keeps going for these, there might just be a chance. Shorty in hand, Starkey peeks it. That was an ego peek, and Colin does put him in his place. Now down to a 2v2, this is possible. A dimensional drift now available here.
As Cullum tries to figure out all of these positions, he's pinged both of them. Link knows he can just walk out, take a better angle, causing havoc with flashes. Link not picking out at the right time. Zeke ends up picking up Callum as he exits the dimensional trip, taking the left-hand side fight. Zeke will be winning that one. Enterprise, it felt like they were dropping the ball there, but they never fumble on the final hurdle.
Looking in that round, you have that dimensional drift, pinning out the positions. It's just so unfortunate that the kill didn't come in quick enough. As soon as Cullum jumps out, gets instantly put down by Zeke. He's already having a whale of a time, right, on this tier on the map. Same goes for Starks. He breaks up onto 7. And realistically, all of Enterprise doing the work. There's the Viper Spit that I was talking about being put over towards mid. That's a super, super deep one, actually. So there's going to be a lot of control for ESE off the bat that Enterprise are going to have to work with if they want to go for any sort of pressure over towards mid.
Yeah, I think my feed is frozen a little bit.
So is mine.
Ah, that is unfortunate. Maybe we just guess what's going on in the game right now.
I reckon... Well, it looks like they were heading over towards A, so I think they're in A main. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. Feed is back. There's nothing really happened, although saying that, Armageddon comes out, but there's just nothing off the back of it.
Ooh. Brody, Cullum, both are able to find some early engagements, but that doesn't mean Enterprise isn't allowed the entry. They're able to get into the site. Viper Spit set up as well, and all of a sudden, this A site is a very treacherous one. Oh, beast mode. You've got to take this into account. He does. Paranoia available now. Doma might get interrupted here if it gets placed in the right position.
This
Rolling
pit is
Thunder,
difficult.
Doma into the air. It's beast mode again to end up with the headshot killers. What can you do? Can't really bring the quality of a world champ when you're stunned up like that. ESC finally able to win a buy round.
Yeah, and the pit also doesn't even cover the spike, so we're having to play a little bit more closer to the edge so that when the breach ult does come through, it absolutely sends Kyle's all the way to backside. Nice follow-up util as well from Vecchio with the stun, just to double down on it. Kyle's is out of the ult, it drops, and it just creates an even harder situation to navigate in the sense of, well, every single player from ESE can now see him and is dealt with relatively quickly. But that is still a round on the board for ESC, but Enterprise 6 already on the attack is super, super promising, right? And it feels like, again, sure, the scoreline's a little bit more believable in the sense of we're getting a couple of rifle rounds out of ESC compared to the last matchup, but it's still dominance from Enterprise so far, and taking an aggressive jump into mid. Link all stunned up, does not even matter, brushes it off and gets an entry kill onto Jazz.
So ESC continue a streak of form here. Killers does end up with one, but it's not without the trade of his teammate on a different front. Brody walks through the smoke, not quite sure if that was a necessary situation to take on. VQ, though, is able to keep things under control. More than that, destabilize the opposing side. Blind, but still nearly does enough to deal damage to Starkey. 1v2 for Starkey. But there's two players, two very different positions. Cullum in the back lines. ESC is showing they can hang about on this defensive side.
And off the back of that entry kill from, like, seeing the replay, completely sunned up. Nice utility from Doma. It's just, it doesn't affect the Viper at all over into vents. It's not a problem, brushes it off like it was absolutely nothing. And then it's that follow-up, like you talked about the push into the smoke from Brody. It's not necessarily necessary, but it does gain a lot of information for ESE to then adapt around. And you saw beast mode over towards Mill. Almost getting two, like you said, is kind of criminal. There's still a round on the board.
Starkey? Sure.
How many times have they both done that same TP in B main and beast mode has been punished for it?
It's a game of chicken. They've got to do it over and over again. It's about asserting dominance.
Well, Starkey's asserting the dominance right now. And not only in that entry kill, like, sure, you still have Link available with that Viper with the Ors and wall over towards A. But taking the Omen off the board so early on is actually devastating for ESC.
The angle from Brody is nuts. Link joining in as well completely disrupts Enterprise's push and completely disregard the potential of a cross from ramp. Doesn't get spotted by the bot. He can just walk in here. No one's looking in his direction. Finds the right opportunity. Just is no more. And all of a sudden, it's a 2v3. Sure, Enterprise get themselves the spike down, but ESC should have the numbers here. You can see they're all on the edge. Doma flashed up, throwing in a stun. Doesn't affect Link, but it's still a 2v2. Two separated players. The fact that Fiki's got the high ground here, both flashed. Fiku ends up being shut down, but Link is all that is left. Gets a spray down connection onto Starkey. A triple in total for him this round as he clutches up and hands his ESC another round in their bag.
You can see a slight little bit of panic in the sense of not actually knowing where the final player was. As soon as the comms come through, all eyes train towards maps, and well, 1v2 for Link is just running back the years. Yeah, this double kill over towards ramp brings this round completely back into a doable round for ESC, especially after Jazz gets, well, gets picked on realistically because of that utility over towards CT. Just gets slip in the net, right? Getting out to that smoke, going easy kill onto Jazz with the knife out in the back, but still it comes down to the clutching gene of Link.
And he's feeling online right now. Sure, he's just gotten away with his life. Scratch that, Jazz denies it. Enterprise Esports still have the lead here, but Jazz's acrobatic work in the skies is enough to avoid any stray bullets landing on him. Showstopper does connect as well. Just ever increasing this advantage for EQ. For a moment there, I've actually thought Jazz was on the top side of the vents, but no. So not really a freebie.
It is a freebie.
Still gets the collection. Killers. Stops it all from happening. Stops everything from going out of control. Now, normally I'd say Colin would go for this, but he's got an operator and it's not the best gun for the case, but he still goes for it.
But that TP should have been here, so that's going to be information over towards Heaven as well, and yeah, it just has no intention of going for it. Has to be careful he's not going to get caught off by Starkey on Heaven. But yeah, it should be a safe save for Colin.
I like the fact that he tried to go for it, right? If a pick was handed to him, if someone would have overstepped, you know, it would have turned into a 1v1, I think then, you know, he's put himself in a position to clutch, but also has a TP to get away. So nicely done. But Enterprise's round.
Just some of these kills coming in from EP are just so quick and so clean. It is actually scary, right? And the fact that Enterprise are now up onto 7, they've secured at least, well, the winning of the half, right? The advantage going into the defensive side. And with their composition, I want to be favoring them on that defensive side in regards to what they're bringing forwards and how they're able to play around the utility that they've got when you're looking at ESC with the Yoru instead. I think they're going to do a little bit better than they necessarily are showing on this defense when they switch over onto the attack, because the layers that you can get with that Yoru, especially when you're looking at the attacking utility, when you're looking at TPs over towards backside on B, we saw it in the last map as well from the last two teams, that is nice to play that bait and switch over towards backside on B, that you get the TP there. As soon as someone tries to hard clear, that's when you get that pop out of main and you get sort of two different fights going on that same one person or one collective of people on the defense. So there's a lot of different ways that you can utilize this Euro in attack, and I think it might be going a little bit better than the defenses at the moment. Although saying that, Beast Mode has the operator.
Here. He does. Just bumps into Killers there and says, he's here.
No!
Oh no!
Okay,
Still gets to
okay.
find them out on time. How?
It's okay. All okay, all good in the hood. That is absolutely a great entry. Just think of the fit kill in general. We don't have to worry about the short shots or the stress it's caused, but it's an entry nonetheless.
Beast Mode, though, might be in trouble here. Paranoia thrown in on time. It's actually brilliant. And it's given Link an opportunity to pick off Jazz. Hang on. ESC are actually in the lead here. And you need Starkey to do some work, but the fact that ESC have rotated around so damn fast, everybody is there for the party. 5 to 7 in the half. while the score is mitigated, there is a strong chance for a comeback entering onto the second. It's really anyone's game on Split right now. It's Enterprise will try and hold on to that advantage. We'll be back after this.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black track suit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't.
There's already a bit of a redemption arc lining up here for ESC as they did net themselves 4 out of the last 5 rounds, giving them a doable comeback story against Enterprise, but still 2 rounds behind. A pistol would be great.
Pistol could be an equalizer. It's going to be more than great if ESC can pick it up, but besides Enterprise, they're going to be wanting to extend the lead and extend down into mid, although ESC are completely ready for this.
Still though, it's Zeke to get away with 1. Paranoia is strong to interrupt the back off of the remaining players. Beast Mode ends up with 2, and somehow, after all that havoc, 2 players remain from both sides.
I got the spike.
And look at Enterprise, they're reading into this exactly. You even have Achilles walking and drifting back over towards A while Dome is ready up on site. Flash available as well, so should they start to contact out main, or Achilles spots them from screens, well-timed flash could be brutal.
Last player standing.
Yeah, Doma trying to use the stun there to help Killers be relevant in this fight, but
he's threaded the needle.
Silent about this.
Enemy remaining.
Scrappy around the edges, but still gets the job done. Headshot connects, and now a 1v1. A pure duel. Link's been pretty damn good on these clutches, but he's got 20 seconds to work with. He's got time, but he doesn't care. Runs. Showing bravado, showing comfort, going for the full-on stick. Killers doesn't buy it. Link, does he get his gun out on time? Killers trying to toy with that angle, but Link is as comfortable as he's ever been.
And even some BM over towards the end. Knows what that means for his team though, Pavlos. Like, a pistol is so important, especially one on the attack side, but also in the scoreline that we're in. And yeah, look at this free play, how scrappy it was over towards mid. It was just a full-on brawl. What was that? 6 players in total just going at it in mid, in the sense of trays back, left, right, center, and then you're left in a 2v2 situation that Enterprise read super accurately. It's just that you couldn't connect the shots and ESC walk away with a pistol.
Oh, that's actually a great stun when combo with the paint shells and
that's nasty.
the guided salvos. FQ, no more.
Brady's not too upset about that. He gets to upgrade his Ghost to a Bulldog, but still it's a player off the board, and especially when Enterprise are coming into this with only classics. There's no sort of investment into shields, into weaponry. It's only utility that they're bringing into this one. Any damage on top of the kill already that they've done onto Fiku is going to be super, super positive for them going into the bonus.
And ESC seem to have made the right call here. Tiptoeing their way into the A side, but no longer being silent about it. Sparing quite a bit of utility to just get across all these corners. Enterprise, though, know they're on the back foot here. Sure, they've got the numbers advantage, but not really the weapons to deal with it. So they'll try and group up their players. This one could actually be huge. Kun could be in trouble. Reads it on time, repositions. The cross comes in from the smokes. He might be able to get himself on the back lines of them. The Seekers again finding a lot of damage. Link, the only one with a pistol left on this team, is doing a lot with it. Link, he doesn't need a rifle. Sure finds himself an upgrade. Link is here to show off.
Doesn't need a rifle at all. He was one of the least kitted out players on the side of ESC going into that. He had a Ghost and that was it. You're looking at the players with Outlaws, with Vandals, with Bulldogs. No, a Ghost is all you need.
It's beautiful. Let's look at it again. Clean headshot to the first one. Gets surprised by Doma, but readjusts quickly. Sees killers, then a Vandal to the ground, readjusts. We don't get to see the final kill, but it was beautiful. 17-7. He is shredding right now.
Almost disappointed to see him pass over that Vandal, dropping it to beast mode, picking up the Outlaw though, so it's still an opportunity to make his impact known. Beast mode not necessarily going for the same sort of TPs that we saw on the defense over onto B main, but still that's a lot of space gathered relatively early on for ESC, and the fact that they're just giving that up and then redirecting their attention over towards mid, that's something that Enterprise either have to re-clear or go through the rest of this round as that being a position that they're not currently aware of.
Poison's off.
Mid walk here from ESC as they're trying to make room for themselves. Enterprise having to respect it. You can see how far back Killers has played. Completely exited vents. But Enterprise seem to have the right amount of players around. Guided salvos flushing them out of that position. 30 seconds, and ESC need to act quickly here. Moving towards A, 2 defenders, and there's one in quick proximity as well. Zeke trying to move in, spray shots coming around. You can see there's a lot of scrambling going on, desperately trying to get themselves inside without losing a lot of the players. Yes, only good for the one there. He should have got a more if we wanted to give Enterprise a clear way in, but the spike goes down and it's still a 3v3.
Oh, it's not clean at all, but they managed to do it. ESC into the post plant, player over towards main. Link still has that Outlaw, which is going to be dangerous for everyone except Doma, realistically. And with many players coming out CT, this line of sight that Link has is going to be super important. He's pushed back into the smoke as it fades. He still gets Link on the walkout.
And Starkey's left by himself, and he says, no, boss, that ain't for me. That ain't happening, not today. ESC are getting the lead. And considering where this game begun, the score, I think, what was it, 5-1, 6-1?
6-1, yeah.
Well, now it's 7-8, and ESC will have the advantage. This is ridiculous turn of events.
I hope we see it in the replay, but talking about that second round, how Brady got caught off over towards B main with the stun, the salvos, and the paint shells, they were actually able to avoid that combo. Sure, you didn't have the paint shells from Jazz, whereas over towards B heaven, the salvos came out from Zeke, the stun came out from Doma, and it didn't actually do any sort of damage over to ESC, which meant they were a little bit more well kitted in regards to their health department when they finally did go out A and managed to make their presence known. And also capitalizing off the whiffs and a couple of windy engagements over onto A.
I was trying to think what windy player meant there.
Yeah, just a whiff, if you want to say it as plain as can be. It was just a little bit of a windy day, right? The weather forecast was not in their favor.
Throwing off their feet a bit. Jazz has the better angle there, so he spots Fiki before he has a chance to see him. Only good for the one, though. Here, a rifle in the hands of Starkey. But he's not really placed in the right position to find impact, so feels like it's all for naught. Beast Smoke sticking around there. That was, I mean, confident from him, but doesn't pay off. Paranoia comes in, and Enterprise might be given a way into this game, given the fact that Killers has also gotten a pickup of his own. Carl in the back line. You kind of want him to pop off for your team, Doma! A complete conversion! All of a sudden, it's Brody by himself.
He has managed to reclaim this spike, so there's at least
30
that going
seconds
for him,
left.
but he's completely surrounded.
I think he's heard footsteps, both from Doma and Killers. But him dropping is giving away the call, so the rotation's going to come in. He's got to be careful, doesn't even come down to Starkey approaching the back lines. It's Killers to perform. It's an eco round. Why on earth is it thrifty the way that Enterprise are able to win a round after what was a, well, let me count here, 8 rounds and them getting 1. So, I don't know. You get what I mean.
Yeah, there's definitely a momentum shift, right? Favoring ESC in the sense of not only the, like you talking about that redemption arc towards the end of the first half, but the fact that they're able to get that pistol, get the follow-up as well from Heroics from Link, and then also into round 15, able to get a 3-0 start. But then it's the Eco, it's the Sheriffs that was their undoing in round 16. It doesn't make sense, truly, but also doesn't make sense is how quickly they've managed to get a couple of kills over towards mid.
Last player standing.
Enterprise. They're not taking any prisoners here. It just didn't take them long to get all these pickups. Sure, 3 different fronts. But none with weaknesses, to be fair. And a high-low, left and right. A flawless. Sure, I think Enterprise needed to be shook a little bit. Needed to be
Reminded who they are.
exactly.
Reminded of not only what they can do, but what they're expected to do as well, right? Is what we saw at the start of the game. It was that 6-1, 7-1 lead, and then just a complete answer back from ESC. Continued into this half. But all it takes is a couple of sheriff shots and they're back to their usual selves. And talking about usual selves, there seems to be a lot of ultimates coming online for both of these teams. But more importantly, both of the Armageddons are up for each of the tiers on both of the teams. So you might be seeing those used sort of counteractively. If ESC use it on the attack, you'll have an answer back as well from Enterprise.
There it is.
There's no answer back because you can see it
Oh, he
dead.
gets 2 kills with it?
That is not okay.
It really isn't, but Enterprise are using
down,
lead
B.
to counteract it. Spike out in the open. Enterprise know they've got control over the site, but do they have control over the heavens? The answer is a resounding no. Brody, that's a freebie. And now he's lured enough attention towards him for his team to do work. Link has shown himself, though. Snakebite, Killer's forced to move out of position. Oh, he's always dangerous, though. Link, he's won, I think, 2 or 3 clutches already this map. Let's make it 3 or 4. Starkey closing in. Spotted. Bullets thrown. But Link is aggressive with it. But he's smooth with it as well. And ESC are not giving away their advantage.
Nobody's a hero when they're crying.
It's just so clean as well. It seemed doomed, realistically, for Enterprise at the start that they lose 2 players to 1 Armageddon coming out. But it was more of the Luke up from mid, the kills coming in from Fika as well over towards Heaven, puts Link in the prime position to be able to walk away with that clutch in. I'm not being funny. If you're 20-9, of course you're going to be favored to win out those 1v1s. He's looking so crispy and so tappy as well. Okay, similar sort of round that we saw ESC run on their defense of getting that Viper's Pit deep up into mid, and then you can realistically reinforce over towards that B Heaven space. Although saying that, you have Jazz who's starting to rotate back over towards A with that off rate. So the only issue, again, that they have to be careful of is this Viper wall, the consistent lurk wall that is being put out by the attacking teams. Should a player be able to get into the cubby, there's a lot of angles that Zeke hasn't been able to watch this entire time.
Yeah, that's true. But ESC bunching up here. Might put a lot of pressure on the defense lines. Guided salvos, clear out some space, disjoint some of the setup. Toxic screen will fade, so there's no cross for Brody just yet, but he does manage to group up with the team given the fact that Cullum got the first pickup. A site cleared up for ESC. This is going to have to be a 4v5 retake, never mind! Justin Killers demand control over the heavens. Brody wants to go aggressive, rolling Thunder use. He tries to get one, he's successful with it, turns around, but just as quick. That was an insane shot, and now it's down to Cullum. He's heard some commotion. Spike hasn't gone down. He's got 20 seconds left to either get kills or try and get the spike down. Shot again connects from Jazz. This game is going back and forth. Cullum will have to concede this round. He'll try and run towards the B site, but Starkey's there to stop him. And he'll be able, well, probably get the kill here. Unless Cullum decides to stay alive. Never mind. Double digits for Enterprise. Where on earth is this game going?
The pendulum swing in the rounds themselves have been absolutely crazy to watch, right? Even round 18 and 19, you have entries coming in for one team and then seemingly out of nowhere, like in this round, we saw a double coming from the Viper and then Jazz also hits an off-reach shot, and then suddenly in a split second, Enterprise have such a massive lead in that round. You're left with 2 players left alive, and sure, you banned that ultimate from Doma, but the ult cycle for Enterprise is looking relatively healthy, right? You've got Zeke's back online, you're starting to get there for Starksies and also Jazz. The issue is, what are they actually going to be able to do with it? Because ESC are back on an eco, Sheriff's in hand. I don't know if they're going to have the same sort of punch that Enterprise had with those.
Ooh, well, you can avoid the boombot, but not the drone. Jazz and Killers both end up with picks. I feel like they've really been the saving graces of this team for this defense. Without them, I don't know what could have happened. Zeke also has found confidence to take these fights. I mean, look, it's pistols from ESC. You don't expect all that much either way, but the fact that it's flawless is massive for Enterprise.
Extends the lead a little bit, and now we're talking about momentum again in the sense of the game overall. In the last 5, yes, they've managed to win once, so Enterprise are definitely kicking it up again. I saw you had a couple of ecos and half-buys thrown in the mix, but still it's the round wins that are important, especially when you're looking at the scoreline of 11-9. Enterprise just 2 away from closing out this map and going into that 1-0 bracket.
Cullum figures out there's 2, Heaven. Stun on 1. Moves out of it, ends up getting 1, maybe 2.
Oh my god, Doma
That's a great
stuns
stun
him.
against him. Could have been more, but could have also been worse. Still sticks around Armageddon. That is going to stop the fight in its entirety. There's only 1 player left on site. Oh, Jazz's shot misses. The flash is enough to destabilize him. Beast Mode gets 1 before he drops. This is so chaotic, but the B site will fall under the control of ESC, at least for now. Jazz is being chased after and not allowed to be relevant anymore. ESC will not permit Enterprise to enter match point as they put the spike down and just hold down the fort.
Even invest in the Vipers pit into this, worried with Enterprise's state of economy that they're going to go for this or do as much damage as they can and stick around to see what might happen. If there was a kill offered up early on, possibly see a couple of satchels into sight from Jazz, but it's not going to be given. A round over to ESC, and that's 10 on the board. But looking at Starkey's positioning, exits here could be devastating to ESC's economy, right? But there is going to be that little cubby into B main that they don't necessarily have to push all the way out into Starkey for, but he's going to be trying.
No charges.
That's 1. Not too bad. I mean, this denial, little by little, will chip away at the economy. But it all just started with that nice stun and the follow-up from Cullum. All began nicely, but still a lot. Look, there's a round between these 2 teams, but there's also 2 rounds between Enterprise and a win. Thin margins.
Thin margins indeed. And especially with the operator still out on Jazz, you've seen how impactful that can be. A little bit of a change of setup over towards mid as well. They're trying to peer in, taking deeper angles. And with the direct, or attempted direct head-on approach from ESC over towards B, completely shut down. It does burn a couple of smokes, but that's about it. They're not able to get that paranoia out from Starkey. He's not going to be fooled by that fake pressure. Main Link still over towards A. Similar position that we're going to be seeing loads of Vipers on split do. Same as that we saw from Achilles on their attacking rounds. The looks haven't been that fruitful for either team realistically. They've just been there as that point of pivot over onto A splits or AXX.
Look at Jazz. Look how far forward he's gone. How much information he's given his team right now. And the fact that he can tell Zeke, you might want to pay attention towards this left-hand side of the map, B. And put the rest of the team on high alert as well. Fiku crosses in. Starkey, he's a one-man show. Sure, Doma assists from a different angle. But what a moment to swing. ESC stopped in their tracks. A brick wall laid up right in front of them.
30 seconds left.
That's a devastating round to lose as well. Beast mode's on 0. Sure, Brody has 3k, but going into the realistically what could be the last round of this game, of this matchup,
10 seconds left.
and your economy is sitting like that, well, you look at Enterprise, they're realistically going to have money for the rest of the half. Sure, Achilles is a little worse for wear. There's a lot of money on his teammates to be able to force up, and it's devastating that Link falls at the very last second there, so that's no rifle to be carried over. Look at the money.
Well, first look at the kills. But...
Yeah, the kills are clean, right? That side hit coming in. They can't deal with a player backside, so that's just a mouse one moment for Starkey, and then also has Doma coming in from that rafters position to support. But yeah, looking at the money, sure, they're able to get a couple of 3 rifles out, a stinger. But you also, like, you have sheriffs, you have full light shields as well coming into this. And I do like that Enterprise are actually using their last time out here in this game, because realistically, this is your best opportunity to push this, to stop this from going into overtime, in the sense of the buy from ESC. It's not great. Should they win this one, then it's going to improve into going into round 24. So for Enterprise, they want to shut this down early and fast. And especially one away from Jazz's ultimate, it could be something that comes into play or something that they want to play around trying to get online relatively early. But they have everything that they could possibly want in regards to utility, weaponry, shields. There's so much money in the bank of Enterprise.
And the timeout from Nikola Linic, the coach of Enterprise, who's been on this block before, but in Pacific, right? Leading Bleed to victory, winning Ascension and qualifying to the main event. Sure, where the drama's happened since then. Bleed, kaboom. He's the coach behind the madness and gives a moment to Enterprise to reflect and have the best possible chance of winning this, knowing they're just one round away. So far, so good for Jazz, getting the first pickup. Killis will be next contested, able to find one, sidestepping the clone. Still, though, ESCF got some answers. Doma's left all by himself on an island on this B side, trying to find himself an escape, but Beast Mode ends up sealing the deal. Cullum sticks around on an off angle. ESC are not giving up on this.
Starkey's gonna go for this to see how much damage he can do, and obviously see if he can walk away from the round. But Fekka's already spotted him out over towards Heaven with that shoulder peek. There's not going to be any surprises for ESC onto positioning wise. It's just whether or not he can get these kills. And he's not even allowed to exit the smoke, Valos. That is just an absolutely banger of a round coming from ESC, right? I said that was the best opportunity for them to walk away with being able to best opportunity for Enterprise to push this into a round and map win, but especially after the initial pick from Jazz, who pushes a main, catches off Link, who's on that realistically a super weak buy. He had a Bucky and a Sheriff, gets an early kill onto Link, so that's the flank presence dealt with. But mid absolutely crumbled for Enterprise, and it's the split through from ESC that cements them a position coming into round 24 with, sure, you have a little bit of a better buy than the last, but you also have the Armageddon from Brady. But I will say Enterprise still, again, because of the money, because of how many rounds that they had, they were victorious in, and also how many players they had surviving those rounds, they have plenty of money to buy up into this last as well.
And if you're Enterprise, you're probably thinking, was it a great idea to give a timeout to ESC? Because ESC are thinking, we enjoyed that. It helped us. Let's take one of our own. So Inthra gets a chance to say his word with the team. I mean, I guess a parallel from these two rosters is that you've got two very strong coaches, right? Inthra as well, having a plethora of experiences in VCT, mostly with Foot, right? That's where most knowledge has been shown. Where Foot has found the peak of Turkish Valorant, really, making it into Masters Tokyo last year, getting into the top 10 place, somewhere an all-Turkish team has never made it before. A lot of commendable aspects, but this round could be it. Enterprise win it, they get the map, they lose it over time. First shot doesn't connect for Jas, and he's gonna hurt for that. Killer's aggressive. Not only does he get a pickup, but they get the information on the spike.
And a Viper's pit over towards mid as well. This is going to be a point of contention unless they invest a drone and someone to follow up again. Super risky to even just do that. So instead, they opt for a pivot back over towards A to rejoin with both Link and Cullen, who started out and have been scaling up over towards Heaven, but still there's not really much ground gained by ESC. It's going to be how well Zeke can play with this operatable back site.
That's a great
very well.
from Zeke. This might just be it. ESC needs something and they need it quick. First, they need to get the spike down, of course, but getting a pickup, this allowing the group up. Once Enterprise get an organized take on, that is going to be a hard one. Brody trying to get himself into an off angle, giving a better chance, but Killis is able to sniff it out. What's next? Drone backside, Beast Mode is in trouble. Sure, Link having a different angle to this could provide some alleviation, but the fact that Beast Mode is no longer a sight, Link's position is not enough. Zeke holding that one out with the operator. It goes down to the wire, but it's Enterprise Esports to come out on top with a 13-11 score on split.
They just didn't want to win the easy round against the half vibe from ESC. They wanted to take it to the full rifle round and really be tested into that 24th round as well. And you could see, especially on that retake in general, how much utility that they had left because, well, Killers just walked down mid and got a free kill. You had a couple of players spotted out over towards B main as well. So when they rotated back over to retake A, they had everything up online. You had the drone, you had the paranoias, you had everything that you needed to do a clean retake. And, well, it's an easy way to walk away with the 24th round and also the 13th to get you across that line and get the first win of the Swiss stage.
And I think for ESC, you can't be disappointed in that. I think that's a lot of promise shown already from the get-go against a very strong team. This is a big step up from the previous ESC roster in regards to potential, right? In regards to pure performance. And getting to see Link play again, and getting so many clutches. Did he win every single one of these clutches? I feel like he did.
Well, but not the last one.
Not the last one, you're right. You're right. Well, he's never going to win a 1v5, is he? So, you're right. Anyway.
Hey, never say never, right? There's potential there. We've seen some great things, but yeah, it's a little bit too far out of reach. Not any time to work with realistically. Spike not planted for him, but yeah, the highlight reel writes itself for Link into this one. And for a player that we've seen come back realistically, having retired, having had a couple of short stints on other tier 2 rosters like UCAM, LPB when they were a thing, and it's nice to see that he still has it. He's still got it on this Viper, but you cannot talk about Viper in this matchup and not look at Killers.
He was nuts, simply. And he was always there, right? Always felt like it was present, whether that was, you know, playing rotate in different occasions, whether that was in retakes, whether that was him holding down the site whenever he would approach him and he was anchoring. Like, I feel like he wore a lot of hats during that game and always brought on the performance and strength. Enterprise Esports, they did struggle, but that wasn't because they played a weak game. Sure, there were some shortcomings and the things that they need to reflect back on. ESC Gaming gave him a great fight. I'm happy, Winterio, because obviously this was the match to watch for me, and it went really well. It went really well. So yeah, for that being the third map of the day, exciting things to come. I think we already had some great matches. Obviously though, that's not the final match of today. We've got another newcomer to the stage, Ace Gear Tempest, playing against Metasport. Also, a Challengers EMEA representative for this region, getting the 4th seed. So let's see if Ace Gear have got what it takes to take on a top 4 squad from Challengers Northeast. We'll be finding out shortly. And yeah, any thoughts before we throw things to a break here, Winter?
Viper supremacy, and I want to see Viper, hopefully another split game and more Vipers in the Ace Gear Metasport game, but that's for a future moment. Go get a cup of tea, guys, and we'll see you back for the final matchup of the day.
Loading, strap with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. And I wanna listen, but I told him one more time. Your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. These raps here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folders. Spit bars at the club, zoning. TikTok come to London, get ripped off. Man get pissed off when I start lift off. Sweet like flavors, cookie and biscuit. Round here, yeah, the bars I get ripped off. Picked up my song, yo, every time I tripped up. Little petty tender, the big rock. Me and my G's do everything mixed up. Full circle, that everybody linked up. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling and rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating and boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you want buff, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Yeah, I don't mind, I'll do it for the hell of it, yeah. Elevate bars, I regulate, yeah. UK, wheel up the tune, just meditate. If he didn't get it by 9, then you're kinda late. Man thinks he's a bad man, but he's kinda bait. Live every day like it's my last, celebrate. Mind on the task, we calibrate. Loaded, strike with the lyrics like I'm bowling. Keep pushing on, keep rolling. Didn't wanna listen, but I told him. One more time, your favorite MCs, bronze or silver. Too bad, these vibes here are golden. Cards on the table, there's no folding. Spit bars that I can't zoning. That's irrelevant, memory like an elephant. Keep it hard, but you know that it's elegant. Get mad, but always benevolent. Always moving up, just leveling. Constantly telling them rhyming, riddling. Cycle through these streets, I'm pedaling. Hibernating them boom, she's back again. Oh, cause a little fire on the track again. Turn the music on, vibe like an icon. Yeah, if you bump up, we can go psycho. Head to head, bar to bar, turn a mic on. Turn the music up, vibe like an icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon. Who's the icon? Who's the icon? Icon.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh, you gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, till your love and comes around.
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling. Hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Good day.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Challengers Northeast. We've already seen 3 maps take place, 3 matches, and already 3 teams getting that 1-0 score and 3 teams getting that 0-1 score. Time to get another one in, as we have a final match of the day. It's going to be Ace Gear Tempest versus Metasport to get things going. Now, we know Metasport, we don't know Ace Gear, so I think, Winter, we should just get things going with Ace Gear. Have a little bit of chat about them.
Yeah, Ace here. I think there's a lot of things you can mention in the sense of the players that are coming into this in the roster that we've got. Some interesting names, some that I'm probably going to have some struggle pronouncing when we get to the matchup. But other than that, it's more of the players themselves, right? In the sense of this is a solid set of players with reps in the competitive space, right? And just looking at, for me, it's Saloni in particular. Saloni, yeah. We will just go with that one for this one, in particular on that duelist. But this Polish roster is, I think, someone to look out for, especially as, sure, it's Ace-Gear's first year in challenges, but it's not these players' first rodeo.
No, they've been around, right? It's one of those projects that you're like, okay, I see what you're going with. There is some cool aspects. I think one of the most notable ones, some of the most notable ones are the ones, you know, that have got the reps with Zero Tenacity with Ajmarito and Kenobi. I'm gonna butcher them as well. It's inevitable. You've got Polish names and you've got people that don't speak Polish. It's gonna happen. But we're doing your best to make sure you, if you do have corrections for us, let us know in chat and all of the all of the you know, various forums you can reach us. But yeah, the fact that you bring in Saloni, the player that played for Shakmat in the lowest Swiss Split 1. Now, you've kind of been left behind from what was a great roster. I feel like now, again in an all-Polish lineup, you're trying to replicate that success. You haven't lived that success, you've lived part of it, and now you want to get there again. So that's a really cool thing to look at when you look at Ace Gear Tempest, and something that we'll be exploring. But we also know about Metasport. We know quite a bit about Metasport, and they made the top 4 of the previous split.
I think Metasport for me is just a roster that I recognize a lot of names on, in particular, whether it's from like Juicy in his time all those years ago on, what was it, BDS in like 2022, I think it was, but also Anguis has been around in a lot of VCL teams, being on multiple different roles, but finally settling in onto that Sentinel role. But also Shinnok, he's been in the sort of the Polaris and then now the Northeast scene for quite some time, and it's nice to see sort of familiar names, at least for me, coming into this as one of the newer members going into this Northeast split. And I think they're definitely one of the teams that I'm looking towards to really start to kick up a gear as we get further and progress further into the year.
I think you're right. I feel like we have only just gotten a taste of what they're capable of. I feel like they can be dangerous in many situations. The fact that they made the top 4 over some other teams at the time came to a bit of surprise, but seeing their results made more and more sense. And I think they've got a real methodical way about playing the game, right? Especially on certain maps. Like Fracture seemed like their powerhouse, complete understanding of how they got it. I mean, they look completely undefeated until they played against Enterprise, that is. Yeah, it's super strong, and I feel like there is still a lot to show from them. It's just the beginning. Now, obviously, you know, going into challenges EMEA, I feel like they also entered a very difficult group, which was hard for them to exit. But they showed some solid performances here and there, which make me think that even as the last seed into challenges EMEA from this region, there was some high-level play. And that is promising to me, and I hope they can just improve on that and, you know, max it out for the next splits to follow.
I mean, yeah, just talking about the time in challenges, the EMEA, yes, they lost both of the series, but they did win a map in both of them, right? So there is still that sort of positive takeaway in the sense of, sure, you didn't walk away with a win, which would be definitely more favorable, but you were still able to make your presence known, specifically to your enemies, in the sense of it had to go down to the wire to that third map. And sure, it didn't necessarily go their way, but it's the glimpses of hope there that I'm hoping that they're able to capitalize on, similar to what we saw from the matches earlier, the improvements from previous losses. And that's what my main thing is. They're playing against teams from other regions in this international tournament. What can they adapt, bring in, maybe even adopt some of the rounds that they've seen, whether it's play style or some of the comps as well? Because I know a lot of teams, whether it's in tier 2 or tier 1 or even in GC, it's nice to copy comps if you understand them, and then you have a lot of stuff to back it up. Like, it's not a complete new comp to you. If you're transitioning, there's a lot of footage to go with it, and it'll make adapting to the new comp easier. That being said, with the new map pool differences, I want to talk about the possible maps that we'll be seeing.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Because we haven't seen much, right? Because of the map changes, and specifically for Metasport in general, they have not played neither Split, Ascent, or Icebox yet. And Split was their permaban previously, so it's unlikely that we're going to be seeing that again. Their best maps, you have to be looking towards that Fracture and Lotus, so trying to keep those further into the pool. But, well, Ace Gear, they do not really play much. We haven't seen much from them in the last couple of months, but I don't think they're wanting to go to Ascent at all, because that's the only map they actually have 2 losses on.
And they do go to Ascent, actually. So it's not going to be like... it's interesting, though, because they have the final ban. So it makes you wonder, do we choose Icebox or Ascent? Now, we haven't seen Ace Gear Tempest on Icebox, so I'm just assuming it's not a well-prepped map for them. So they're better the devil you know than the devil you don't know. Maybe that's the thought process there, but yeah, no, Ascent's going to be a tough one. Interested to see what Metasport cook up on this map. They're one of the, you know, most methodical teams, I think, in this region at the moment. And really interesting to look at their macro play. But yeah, Ascent is bread and butter. So how complicated can it be, really?
I mean, with the new meta shifts, you could be seeing some bookie comps going out there. I've been loving the Vise on this map. Some teams have been running the Breach Tower as well. Even Waylay in, well, Apex. Was it Apex that run? Oh, that was on Icebox, sorry. But still, Waylay's been run on Ascent, which is interesting, right? From the side of Heretics, like a couple of days ago. And this personal setup that you can actually use there, and self-setup with the stunts, with the dashes, is actually pretty crazy on such a compact map like Icebox when you're talking about the mains and then short itself. But I don't think realistically Ace Gear is going to change too much of their composition, right? They're running that Breach Teo Jet, which is not necessarily the bread and butter that we're used to on a sense of talking about the old sort of the Vision Strikers Rost composition. But yeah, I think more of how well they're able to enable their duelists with that composition, because they weren't necessarily doing great last time on it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough to see. So we'll have to have a look if Ace Gear Tempest have been able to learn from their mistakes and changes. And look, they played against Coalesce and Formulation Gaming. Formulation Gaming has made it through from the lower bracket. Coalesce hasn't. They got so close both times, man. It feels bad. It feels bad. Love the org, love the people, but yeah, won't be able to make it through this time around either. But for Ace Gear Tempest, first time showing and having to play against a top 14. You know, could be worse. Could be a top 2, top 1, top 3 seed. Could have been either Liquid, Go Next, or Enterprise. Metasport, I guess, is the lesser of those top 4. The lesser of those top 4, at least on paper and the past results. But again, it doesn't make it any better of a welcoming. This is going to be a birth by fire for them if they end up doing, you know, if they end up having a decent result here. So, look. We know Metasport are the favorites here, but who do we look at here to be a big player for Ace Gear Tempest? In case, you know, who do we realistically rely on if we're playing on Ascent to give them the win?
I don't necessarily know about relying, but I think someone that could be a big impact into this one is Six. But obviously onto that Sentinel role. But saying that, looking at the composition Ace Gear coming in with that double Sentinel Yoru, that's giving like start of 2024 esque when we were seeing this composition run out. Metasport again sticking to that sort of meta shift in the sense of the Vise, the Breach, and the Tears. Not necessarily anything groundbreaking there, but it's nice to see Ace Gear's composition. I'm actually really in love with it. This is something that I loved when Shopify Rebellion were running it back at the beginning of 2024 in the GC circuit, and the way that floor was enabled on the Yoru in particular was super interesting to see. And it's kind of scary when they get into post-plan situations, right? You have that double Sentinel, especially over towards A. There's so many nice places that you can use the Deadlock utility. So talking about that roster, I'm looking at the double Sentinel players really to be a difference maker in this game.
All right, let's see if that is the case.
A change of gear for Ace Gears. They changed up their comp here for Ascent, and what is uncharted territories for us when it comes to seeing Metasport playing on this map. I'm so looking forward to this one, how this one will go. It's a best of one for anybody that has just joined in, and it's the main Swiss stage, meaning that from this stage, they essentially need 3 wins to qualify into playoffs. This is the first match of many, as they'll try and see if they can get there. But yeah, Metasport definitely favored in this one. And let's see how much of a fight Ace Gear Tempest can give them.
Also, a little bit of a fun fact. This is Angus' 11th game on Fires in the last 60 days out of, well, 19 that they play. So looking for some great Vise utility from almost a one trick at the moment coming into this. And I love the Vise on Ascent, especially since it looks like Ace Gear trying to probe over towards B. The only issue is it's short. That's under contention.
And if you look at how they dealt with it, they early push mid, throwing in the deadlock barrier mesh, denying the rotations. I love the idea, but the execution doesn't come off as good as Metasport win every single one of the duels. It's innovative. I like it, but it just doesn't go their way.
It also doesn't help that a lot of the players were stacked on the other side of the wall anyway, leaning over towards like A-Pressure, because Angus was set up relatively happy and comfortable over towards B with his utility. So that's definitely something that Ace here are going to have to work around, in the sense of they have the double sentinel, they started on the attack, and they have to be able to figure out a way to play around Angus' utility, whether it's baiting out the wall early on, but it's looking like it's wanting to be punished if they do go for it with the stack up of the Taylor over towards Market as well.
I think a great way to describe this matchup is that Metasport are a mismatch of solid players with reps and challenges. Ace Gear Tempest is a mismatch of Polish players that have kind of played in the tier 3 scene. Well, tier 2 and tier 3, right? It's some players with first appearances. That's what I'm trying to say. Either way, this is getting a little bit uncomfortable. Admirito, the only player to find a pickup. Ace Gear Tempest not really getting a chance to do anything in this one. I mean, sure, there's a discrepancy in Arsenal, so you've got to give an advantage to Metasport from the get-go for that. Saloni. Okay. He's after for some blood. Throwing in the TP. Not going to be using it, knowing that he's going to have to cross the traditional way, but he does find an upgrade. 20 seconds. It's about damage at this point, isn't it? Try and do as much as possible. Never mind. It's a ghost bullet between the eyes to do the job, and it's Metasport to get themselves a quick 2-0.
One enemy remains.
It's not without its precautions, though, because it did get a little bit scary when a lot of those classic bullets were just hitting through that smoke over towards Wine. Fortunately, Sido was able to live long enough to make that stinger a problem later on in the round. And yeah, nice cleanup from Angus with there, like you said, quick ghost bullet straight to the forehead. And realistically, they're only losing a stinger, I think, in that round, which has been brought back up anyway. And it's more of keeping this Outlaw online for me, because it's going to be a lot of damage if he can hit his shots. If I say that, he has hit his shot on Sloani, but he has also died and perished trying to do so.
Cover going out.
But this is going to be a quick collapse from Ace Gear. And you can tell that Metasport are a little bit afraid about it. Smoke dropping, giving Shaloni some cover, but Buzzie's pot shot does work out in the end. Kenobi not quite connecting his shots there. That's going to hurt. That's going to really hurt. Now Anguis and Burzy are locked in, digging in their heels and making sure they're not going anywhere. Scratch that! Completely destroyed, but at least they buy enough time for the rotations to come in. Admirito, the only one remaining. Spike in hand, has got 45 seconds or so to figure this one out.
Any issue is 35 HP to his name. Sure, he should be able to get a spike down over towards B. But is this really a round that you want the Guardian in, right? Because sure, it can be a one-shot onto Chinook, and if you hit the head of Cider, then yeah, it makes a good case for it. The only issue is, at what point do the Metasports Metasport's players start to have that internal clock ticking and that game sense of knowing it's not A. We need to start moving over towards B. That's going to be that sort of calling point. And with how fast they are up over towards CT, there's no sort of chance for any repositioning from Ashmerto outside of sight, right? The only point of contention is the stairs, which is already spotted out.
Tried to allude to the idea that it will be jumping above! It's a bit disjointed, a bit mistimed, and Ashmerto takes full advantage of it.
And so it's just a bonus from Metasport, but it was an incredibly strong one over towards the start. Angus picking up 2-1 with a rifle, 1 with a utility. And you're left in a 2v1 situation, a flash to get him off the initial angle, spotted out over towards sight. But, well, Ashmerto just hits the shots. It is expensive, though. Looking at what they're able to actually bring in Ashmerto. I need a Polish person to teach me any of these pronunciations, please. I am begging, because it's messing with my little Welsh brain, man. But the buy is not ideal, right? You have double rifles, 2 bulldogs, and a guardian. Well, on the other hand,
whatever pronunciation you think of, just own it, use it. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. That's what I do.
We're renaming
people
them.
Call me out on it, but it is what it is. Yeah. Don't take advice from me when it comes to pronunciations.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell the players. Yeah, you know your name. We're renaming you.
Yeah.
Ashmerto, no, you are now AJ. That's as simple as possible. Slozzini, no, you know SZ. I'm gonna go for the first 2 letters because honestly, I'm getting confused towards the end of these names. But either way, towards the end of this round in particular, they've shown presence over towards A. They've baited that wall out, which is going to keep some of the Metasport players over into that direction, but they're not necessarily super committed over towards A.
They're not. Hunter's Fury, though, is used in assistance of the 2 players attacking. Burzy barely avoiding the final shot. And he's actually capable of a double kill. He's not only just built enough time for the rotations to come in, but he's still standing and proving to be quite the thorn. Eventually, Kenobi is able to deal with him. Finally, Rolling Thunder denying the plant, though, and the flood comes through from Metasport. The Vikings just roll in, but suddenly there are some retaliating kills. Spike doesn't go on time. I think it was just milliseconds of difference. But Kenobi may survive, but the round still falls in the hands of the Norwegian org. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a massive ult from Cider as well coming in. And I love that they're using ults early on, because the earlier you use them, the earlier you can get them back up, right? We saw that on the very first match of the day. We saw the ISO. We had, what, 3 ISO ults in 1/2? Because as soon as it was up and available, it was used in the next round, right? And that's what is important for me looking at the utility that Metasport actually have, because they've got some gnarly ultimates.
Watching here.
Juicer got baited. Oldest bait in the book. Great shot by Kenobi. Hero rifle. So, look, if Ace Gear Tempers get another kill like that, able to upgrade a gun or 2, maybe this is actually doable. 2 players to the defensive here for Metasport. Annihilation being drawn out. Does it find anyone? I don't think it does. Anguist. Oh, no. No, the Annihilation is actually delayed just a little bit. And it's Metasport that come out on top here on the defensive. Anguist is the one that gets picked up eventually. So still 3v3. Spike could go down here.
That player's ready and waiting for this rotation. It's already poison positioned over towards CT. The only thing that they have to worry about is this main presence, a double main presence, right? Hopefully this drone is going to spot them out, or at least it's going to spot the player over towards lane. I don't think that's spotted Slozzini.
No, may not have. Pot shots through the smokes. Somehow, it's Ace Gear Tempest to come out on top. Chinook. He doesn't have any time. He knows he's got to try and dig into the spike. Tweedy nearby. Flash is available. You're trying to take people down with you.
But given that Ace Gear started this round with a rifle, not only will they be ending round with a rifle, but they'll make sure that no rifles remain on the other side.
Oh, look what that's done to the money as well. I think it was mainly that first kill in towards mid. You have someone just being the Sova drone realistically for Ace Gear. Just a little bunny hop over towards mid and promptly followed up by a banger of a shot coming in from Kenobi. And that is just the start of the downfall for Metasport in that round, right? That was mid opened up, and then when they finally got out onto B, into that post plant, weapons are being recovered. And then it was just starved Metasport of information as well on how to actually approach that retake, because they actually had no idea, bar Tweety in main, of where someone was.
Good early pickup from Anguist. Would be a great answer or reply to what Ace Gear were able to do. Again, Cider's able to find some success on that side of the map as well. Sure, it is replied. The Metasport have got the numbers. This is actually getting scary.
Well, it's not back-to-back ecos. Finishes. Rito, spike in hand. A rifle possible to be picked up should he falls, but it's more about the spike positioning that scares me, that worries me. And especially since Yusu is away, he keeps flicking back to check this angle. It just depends who gets the timing, who's going to be in favor of is here.
30 seconds left.
The flash causes Juicy to turn around. It wasn't a flash, it was actually the TP of the clone. Still, Juicy able to find the right angle here. Hajimarito, though, has the better weapon. Recon to the back of the site. Will it be landing in front of side? It won't even matter. It won't come down to that at all. Spike goes down, and the advantage lies with Ace Gear. It feels like things have settled down a little bit. Look, Anguist has a Vandal. That's something that's always going to be scary. Yeah, one of the most annoying parts about playing against Deadlock is the barrier mesh.
Yeah, and this is the utility I was talking about over towards Heaven, right? With the Deadlock, you have the wall, you have the stun as well, you have the flashes of the Yoro to get you up onto the Heaven peak angle. Chinook has been able to recover this rifle for 15 HP, fully flashed off the angle, time's ticking, absolutely nothing for him to do about it. And it got a little bit precarious for Ace Gear in the sense of you are sending your spike solo spawn on a Sova to wrap into Heaven against the Nico. It got a little bit scary, right?
Sure.
Especially if Yusu's able to net that kill there. Obviously, he doesn't, so it kind of saves Ace Gear in that position. But it's still moments of Ace Gear that it could slip, and they're able to grasp a hold of the round firmly again and be able to convert it. And I think that's what's important rather than the gander of AJ Marito into spawn. But rifles back out for Metasport,
Sure.
right? You have the operator as well, and you see we've seen a lot of operators in the matches today. None of them have really felt like they were hitting or getting the impact, like super felt like taking over the game. So let's see if the operator on the Jet is going to have a little bit of a difference. And especially since Anguist and Chinook both have their ultimates, a retake here over towards A could be scary with how much layering that they can do.
Damn. Gets away for free. Admarito goes in for more, grabs it, and all of a sudden, it's Ace Gear Tempest in pole position in this round. Admarito sticks around, does some damage, not enough with a pickup. Shaloni steps up to the plate. Down to Jutsu, and he's completely on the wrong side of the map for this.
And an operator for the retake against 4 is not necessarily the best situation to be in, and he is not going to move an inch. There's no reason, except maybe looking deep spawn for an exit kill, but
Spike planted.
6 has already got that covered in the sense of it's not as if he's going to be beaten to the line.
True.
Well, sure. Not necessarily nesting a kill for Ace Gear, but that operator being spotted out is massive for them going into the next round, that they know that's something that they have to work around, even if they're not actually able to get this kill through. The timing, oh, they're hunting this so hard.
It's like dollar signs in their eyes. They're just running for the prize. And Kenobi will be the next million. Sorry. 4-3 here.
I don't get the reference though. That's the worst part about it.
That's fine. Maybe it wasn't a reference. Maybe it was just me making things up. The dollars in their eye, dollar signs in their eyes, are more like a cartoon reference. You know, when someone.
No, I get that bit, but like the millionaire bit, is that from like a TV show?
Yeah.
Like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Like, yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, talking about millionaires, it's definitely not Metasport. They are poor. No. They are poor. Sure, you get 4 rifles out, which is looking like they're taking the time out to actually figure out what they want to do with it by, because they still have the Vise and Terror up, which massively can tilt the round in their favor for retakes. Also, UC is 1 away from that Blaze Storm. They might try and get the orb over towards B or A main to get that up and online, so he can play with like full shields and maybe like a shorty or something and rely on the Blade Storms, because there's nothing really from AC that can counter. We're not seeing the KO run as often anymore on this map, so it enables you to a little bit more on that jet.
Gotcha.
But the only issue for me is you have the dimensional drift coming in from Saloni, and that could be really nice for them to just dismantle a site setup. They get onto 8 easy. Kenobi's utility towards heaven is gonna be a pain to deal with.
It really is. I would not want to be buzzing right now. There's a lot coming right at him. Smokes, flashes, someone on a different rift, different dimension. Still, handles it like a pro. There's a grab net next to him that doesn't really land on him, so he can just simply TP away. He's done his job. Now he's alive. Zit, this is actually a great position you're holding. Anguish somehow reads it. I have no idea how.
He's not ready for AJ.
No. Admirito was there on time. Juicy, though, make sure that Metasport still have the numbers advantage. The thing is, you've got 2 players hiding out from main. Smoke might just be enough to deter it. They'll be spraying in the direction. You've got shock darts. There's a Is there a recon? I think it's just the shock darts you're sort of relying on. A stun coming through to deter any kind of spray, trying to be human shield, not even diffused halfway. Juicy trying to cross through Hunter's Fury. Enabled! Running out of bullets!
No.
You've got to stick it, but the classic is drawn out. Ajmarita gets it. Cider off the spike. Is there enough time? I think so. Just barely having enough time. Metasport come out on top.
Oh me, oh my. Yeah, lucky he got to half and was able to get off. Finally hit the killing blow. Because that got way too scary. And do you know the worst part about this is? For the side of Metasport, they lose 4 players. The ultimate from Anguish was counted as being used, even though it didn't pop because he got killed mid-activation. So that's like another massive ult off the board. Make it a second ult off the board of Chinook's Armageddon, just absolutely netting nothing. And an ultimate straight back sight from Tweethy. There's no one from Metasport here.
No, it's a great call to move back into this B site. A bit of a gamble taken from Metasport that just doesn't pay off. It's going to have to be a retake. It's going to have to be a 5v5 situation with Ajmarita holding around. Oh, the angle is going to favor the players in mid. They had a longer distance from the position. Therefore, they could access to that. Head-to-head first. Zit ends up with 1. Smoke out. So he does stop the rest from moving in. Burzy, what an explosive play from him. Just doesn't care about the cross. Anguis and Jusu pop off as well. They all move in unity from all directions, overwhelm opposition, and take over the site.
It does not matter if Ace know exactly where these players are with Zit's ultimate being utilized. It's just straight in, deal with any player you meet along the way and get straight to that spike and get the defuse and the round, right? Super important that they start to get rounds on the board, back-to-back defuses, and a lot more players surviving this time.
Indeed, indeed. And I think for Metasport, it's just another confidence builder, right? They know they've got some really strong individuals. Sure, it's the type of team that will play a very controlled play style, but also having the confidence of taking some engagements yourself is a good one for them, and now they've got that right back for themselves. It's not going to be as easy for Ace Gear to take on fights, and while I do say that, Shaloni destroys Burzy.
That's one way to get an entry, and also onto the Omen player. I do like the adaptation that Metasport are doing every couple of rounds, that they are moving Anguist about. So from the side of Ace Gear, they constantly getting onto trying to figure out where this Vyze is playing, where they're going to have to try and bait the wall out, because especially with this wall being on A and all the attention from Ace Gear being over towards B at the moment, the rotations can come in a little bit faster than usual, because they'll be happy to leave that site with that wall there and play for a retake and really bolster up the defense of B.
Well, Shaloni will be able to take another use of a dimensional drift. Time to clear out where these players are coming in from. You know, one player's out from market, side or backside, will have to be detained. Into the cocoon he goes, and on to another round. Goodbye. And with that spike being planted at 5v3, doesn't seem easy, at least. You kind of need an early pickup to start to feel confidence, and I think Jusu getting that pickup is exactly what he needed. Does updraft to avoid the spray coming in through the wall. Kenobi is low, he's one shot away. Anguist just avoiding Tweedy, but that's also meaning Tweedy could come in and the latter stages of this round and cause chaos. And it does also mean that Zit has not been shown. Anguist all to himself, 1v2. Xit moves us away from the original angle, catches Anguist off guard, and it's going to be a head-to-head game, 5-5, as Ace Gear equalize.
Do you think it's fair to say that both of these teams are on their least favored sides in regards to composition?
Maybe.
I don't know if I want to say I would favor Metasport on attack compared to the comfortability on defense, and the same goes for Ace here, right? They have that double sentinel pick. But still, the fact that this is a 5-5 game just shows what kind of matchup we're actually having. Sure, it's a best of one, right? So they are going to be on a relatively equal footing in the maps, just how the veto works.
Cover going out.
But Ace Gear going up against one of the mainstay names, right, of Northeast, of Metasport. Players that have been around for a long time. Players who've been towards the top of the charts. And they're putting up a decent fight. You have to give it to them.
Ace Gear Tempest are completely lined up for this and ready. Cider couldn't really survive the second engagement either. And it feels like this is the beginning of the end of this half. Burzy needs to come off huge. He's revealed himself though. And the fact that he's open to the stairs angle just means this round is over. Anguist forced to run away, hide for the mountains. Keep that Vandal for the next round. It's going to be the last round. And currently Ace Gear are threatening to be in the lead by then.
And again, it's a similar story of economy towards the end of the half starting to get out of whack, especially in the matches that are so close that you have a couple of back and forth rounds. It doesn't take much to break the economy of Metasport. Angus is going to be able to collect 2 constellation kills, at least on the way out. Although saying that, Ashmarito is going to take a lot of damage running through those doors, trying to get the exit. And instead just gifts another kill for Anguist on the exit.
Didn't quite notice if the Steel Garden was available for him from beforehand, right? I don't know if
he's just got it from that exit.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's important. This is getting close, very close. Metasport are sweating right now. Not a simple game as they would have liked it to be, but 1 round remaining in the half, and equilibrium is still on the cards.
It's just a nice peek from UC. Hiding from the jar just long enough to bait Ace Gear into the peak. Peaks on time and even an up-down setup here.
Still 3v4 though. Metasport still have the numbers. The fact that you reposition Juicy though into this deep angle, and you've got the assistance from Burzy if it's required. Burzy, good stuff. So you slowly but surely see Ace Gear Tempest losing all of these puzzle pieces, and it's not going to make it easy for them to attack. You've got Kenobi and Tweedy, two very different angles held by both of them. You've got to try and group them up together to make something work of this, and that's exactly what they're trying to do now. Kenobi trying to move into this left-hand side. Tweedy, though, trying to build the space so they can slowly gather some sort of an advantage in this B site. It's going to be difficult, though. Only 40 seconds remaining. Rolling Thunder is also available, so it puts Tweedy right into Shinnick's hands. He's been given a gift.
Yeah, that's an early birthday present from Cider.
30 seconds left.
Sure, yeah. For Kenobi, it's a waiting game. It's an either waiting game to see if this round is already over, or trying to see if he'll also receive any type of gift. Someone peeks him. But instead, Shinnick will be able to double up his score this round, and Metasport get themselves the equalizer.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Yeah, you know I'm back like black tracksuit with a black top cap. People love to try, people love to lie. People forget stuff, remember that. We done them good, do you remember that? We needed someone, here's the facts. But people love to try, people love to lie. Yeah, this is London, mind the gap. Living life just multitasking. Smile like a horror movie, I'm laughing. Motivated and focused, crafting. Dash something in a break, all your eggs in a basket. Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Can't handle it, why you asking? Please don't try it. Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it. Be yourself, man, please don't try it. Really, why do they always? Nah, don't try it. You can't feed me lies, won't buy it. Question everything, tell them nah, don't try it. Yeah, but you're moving like some sidekick. But you're moving like some waste man. Trying to impress me, won't like it.
As 6-6 half is as close as it could ever be. Ace Gear Tempest bringing on the heat already on the attacking side, but now it's the switch. Metasport. I don't think they expected to be tested this much already, but it's a competitive one, and we're all for it. It's Metasport now aggressing. They look to move into Catwalk, where the two players lying in wait.
A drone and a stun. Dorito has actually got a bodyguard here. Kenobi's doing the Lord's work protecting his buddy.
And it's simple from Ace Gear Tempest. They deliver on every single end. They don't drop a single player throughout the process. I don't think there is any better start to a pistol round, to a second half than this.
They just peak, right? Especially when you're looking over so short. Dorito is caught off by the drone and the stun, which is like absolutely fine when you have, well, Kenobi there as backup, getting the first. Dorito gets unstun, follows up, and then Saloni is just stood out in the middle of mid and gets two.
Last player standing.
Simple.
Flawless.
Shots hits, buddy systems, beautiful scenes. Metasport on the back foot, and they'll have to probably concede an extra round here. But look, Summer, I mean, obviously we're looking at different comps from Ace Gear Tempest from the last two losses. Seems like they've learnt a lot.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the old comp that they were running, it was basically Metasport's comp, except you take the Killjoy instead of the Vise. Or at least that's what Ace Gear are running, and they've completely decided to revert back to, well, the good old 2023-24 comp of this double sentinel and how strong it actually can be. Talking about strong, it's sort of a bait and switch setup of the
One enemy
Outlaw towards main, followed up by that Bulldog, and it's a clean anti-eco for Ace Gear. Picking up the lead to an 8-6 now.
I was just looking at them, the running towards the dead bodies as well. Oh, can I upgrade my pistol? Has anybody got any pistols? But no, everyone was on classic, so I'm sure there was some disappointment there. Boring. No ghosts, no sheriffs.
B.
No ghosts, no sheriffs does mean, though, that they're able to fully buy absolutely everything coming into this one, right? You can see Anguis. Sure, he has all of the utility, a Vandal, full armor, but he's down to 0 creds. Should there was any investment in the last round, they're not going to be able to have that, and this round's not going to be as strong as it is. Although saying that, a Spectre and a You're running down mid seems to be good enough for Ace Gear.
Yeah, it seems like it's a real strength of this composition, right? Being able to weave in and out of battle, having the assistance of, you know, Omen and Sova with their util to help you gain these early positions, get early pickups. That's great for Ace Gear so far.
Yeah, it's like you can run that sort of Vision Strikers-esque round of having a fast aggression over towards tiles, like we saw the Yoru of Saloni doing. I'm gonna say it right at one point, Palos. I'm committing to being able to say this, but with the Yoru, you can get out just like that. You can get your kill, TP back to safety very quick. That's something that you don't have with the Jet, and it's nice to see Ace Gear using it to its fullest.
Marito fancying a deeper angle. One shot connects, but the second doesn't. Oh, it does actually. My bad. I don't react quick enough. Marito is lightning fast. Chinook running after him, making sure it is a trade by the end, but it seems that Metasport fancy this left-hand side, and there's two defenders. Thing is, it's a Ghost and a Spectre. Is it going to be enough to close things out here?
Oh, that's the spike!
Tweedy to end up getting the pickup. 10 seconds. Can he get another life down with him? Spray downs across the smoke. Double shot from the shorty. Twithy gets it done, and there's no time to get the defuse on either. Ace Gear Tempest are able to win their bonus, and all of a sudden, we've got a new favorite in town.
30 seconds left.
Doing absolutely massive from Tweedy, and that's where he gets the spike cold on the floor, and is even just being able to play around it with the shotgun, picks up another, buys even more time. Not only one, Metasport don't have enough time to plant, but two, the rotates are in, and yeah, it's looking a little bit dire now. If Metasport shouldn't be able to get this round on the board if Ace Gear play it all correctly, especially with the Outlaw out. It's more of the fact they need to get around on the board quick, or at least do as much damage as possible.
You're right. But Ace Gear seem completely set up for the defensive. The fact that they went equal on the tag is great signs from them. Look at that comp. There's so much available for them to stop any sort of attempt or attacked. This is daunting if you're Metasport.
I think they need to take this round to try and poke and prod to figure out what kind of defaults Ace Gear are running, what kind of setups that they're going for, because realistically, going into the round after this, you're still playing against that double sentinel composition. You don't have a KO or anything like that, but if they can get a drone from Chinook in the correct place, you could try and neutralize something, but currently the only people getting neutralized is towards short.
Yeah, and they're all Metasport players.
Player standing.
Shaloni does end
30
up getting
seconds left.
dropped. But Chinook, yeah, his moments in life were
short.
10-6 though, double digits. Who would have thought that we'd see a 4-round streak already from Ace Gear Tempest? I feel like Metasport lose this round, they lose the map. That's it. They need this or else it's curtains.
I'm surprised they haven't actually used a timeout from the side of Metasport, because this would be a prime position to use one. Just to make sure they're on the right page. They have Chinook's ultimate that they can work with. Looks like they're going for a fast hit, possibly over towards Zay. Armageddon over towards short is not actually going to do anything as there's pocket to play in, but is Juicy aware of it?
I mean, they do throw the stun as well into this cubby area, so it does allow Juicy to get an early pickup. Cider as well wins his own engagement, so this A site looks open.
It's a stalemate though. Position-wise, site has been taken over by Metasport. And it's going to be for the retake, even using Dimensional Drift to get a little bit more information. Goes for the jump out of the ultimate.
Last player standing.
But it's Juicy that now remains. As side has been dealt with, Aldrone is definitely going to reveal his position, or at least eliminate some possible angles. They don't quite know he's still on site, therefore you can see some jiggling and a wiggling. Checking behind them. Recon will do the job though. Juicy's in trouble, can't spare a second to look behind, knowing that the fight is incoming. And there you have it. Ace-Gear Tempest win another round. Cripple the economy of Ace-Gear, of Metasport rather. 11-6, 2 rounds only left. And this Ascent map could be theirs.
Another one. Another attack round, defense round in a row. Metasport, they're struggling. Sure, they get into positions where, yeah, it's a 3v3, they're in a post plan, but unable to pull it over the line. And now utilizing the last time out of Metasport, aware of how dire the situation is, right? Looking at the money, sure, they're going to be on full loss bonus, but it's just not the most ideal place to be. Ultimate Siders is coming back online, sure, but at the side of it, Ace-Gear Tempest, you have a lot of cheeky ultimates to work with. As Marito can stop the plant, Tweethy can get crazy with some of these ultimates, get on the flank, or just be that fast TP over towards B and to a backside that we see ever so often, just to be that extra supportive piece and layer to get through just to get onto that site itself. And Metasport, they need to really figure out how they want to navigate this double sentinel composition, because we haven't seen anything from them in the sense of basing out early utility, getting shock darts onto trips, or just generally breaking as much deadlock utility as possible, be it the wall or some of the trips on lane or anything that they can do with it. Because at the moment, Ace-Gear are happy to sit back and let, well, Metasport run into their setups.
I mean, it might be harmful missing that early cage. You'll no longer have that available to take the picks and try and isolate the fights. Hunter's Fury is enabled instantly. The fact that Ace-Gear Tempest have plenty of ultimates to work with is a bonus here, and you've dealt players with sight, but Jusu is an issue. And Jeloni will have to deal with this by himself. After the shock thrown at him for a moment there, I thought we had a real chance. But the fact that Metasport gained access to the B bomb site, they should be in the right angle to get around for themselves. Oh my word.
That kill towards Market's massive.
And the fact that Juicy was just slow, a couple of bullets did the trick. Cider left alone, paranoia going right at him, stunned. That's going to reveal exactly where he is. Oh, you don't want to take the fights one by one, but Tweety doesn't care. A superhero landing, shorty in hand. Ace-Gear Tempest, unforgiving.
Pavlos, remind me who are the favorites coming into this matchup again? It was Ace-Gear Tempest, right?
No, unfortunately not.
No, not looking at this scoreline, I would have felt like Ace-Gear Tempest were the favorites coming into this, because Pavlos, Metasport have been completely absent in their attacking half, right? Because it was a 6-6 scoreline. Since the side switch, since a flawless pistol, it's been a complete shutout from Ace-Gear. Sure, the last one was the most convincing one in the sense of we could be seeing one. There's a 3v3 retake again, but it comes down to the wire in the sense of we're not necessarily seeing anything on my feed has frozen, but I have seen Ashmarito has died. So that's a good thing for Metasport. Barracks is actually updating for me.
Yeah, no, the HUD is doing work. Metasport have a chance here. Look at us cast just by looking at the HUD. I've got a feeling one of the observers' computers have just crashed. Yeah.
Oh, we're back.
Nice.
Oh, post plant 4v2. That's more like it, Metasport. It only took us missing the freaking round to get back into it, of course.
We don't know how you did it, but good job.
And do it
Still
again
in the
next
game.
round. Because again, it's 6-12. 6 chances for Ace Gear Tempest to close this out. And sure, in this round in particular, in a 2v4, you want to be... I would be playing so heavy for these exits if I was Ace Gear. As much damage as you can do, because that's going to take weapons off the board for Metasport going into round 20.
Really wants to deny the saves. Will be able to make sure one rifle's out of their hands. That's not too bad, but I think there are enough funds around to drop the weapon in the Anguish's hands. That's exactly what happens. Oh, 5 chances to go here as Ace Gear Tempest just need to find it in him to close this one out. 1 round only.
A lot of ultimates have started coming up online for Metasport, though. You have some nice combos that they can do. It's hard as an Anguish, but hello. Mid is part of contention. It's an up-down setup and a double swing coming through.
Look at the push from A. They're going all the way around in mid, but everybody has vacated the premises, therefore no longer being contested. The thing is, Spike is being left behind. Kenobi's realized there's someone behind him, uses himself the annihilation to get another, and all of a sudden, what looked like a brilliant start to this round, Metasport have fumbled, and it looks like Ace Gear Tempest are on the verge of winning this map. Only Burzy lives before them to let it, let it crumble.
And still, do you know what the worst part about this is?
What?
Both Sentinels are still alive. So
Oh,
you have all the utility up towards A, you have the trip towards mid and B, so Ashmarita can play around those. And sure, this is the only gap that he's been given, right? Up in towards CT, so given time, Ashmarita has to be careful of the long peak and the window open, but it's been held by Kenobi. This is going to be his first point of call. Crofty can't even reach that hurdle. It's 13-7.
13-7 indeed. Ace Gear Tempest, I think it's the first upset of the day. We had a couple of close calls, but when it came to clear favorites, I guess Metasport, not such clear favorites after all, and their top 4 spot of challengers Northeast is up for dispute. It's up for debate. There are other teams that are looking for that position, or maybe even getting it even further. I'm impressed by Ace Gear Tempest. They came into this, sure, it was a bit of mismatch, some talent that, look, we've had some potential, we've known some individuals here and there. Most of them are known aspects to a lot of us, but they seem to have found some cohesion, some things that work for them, and have built an impressive roster.
Yeah, impressive nonetheless. You can even see it's just like a highlight reel, it feels, for the side of Ace here coming into it. And we have some highlights from Metasport. It's just... It was the second half, Pavlos. Like, they just weren't able to get going, and they didn't really have an answer back to the composition that Ace Gear went over to. And I love that they did make that change. And I was doubting. I was doubting why we were going over to Ascent, because it's literally the only map Ace Gear played in the last 3 months that they've actually lost, right? And it was an 0-2. They've lost it twice. It was not looking great. And now they come in, new and improved composition, running back the years, right, onto this composition. I love it. I love the double sentinel, especially with the Yoru, and they proved why it was good back then, and they're bringing it back now to prove just the same. And a 13-7 victory over Metasport, one of the main teams that we're looking in this Swiss stage to be going in possibly in that 3-0, 3-1 bracket, but completely denied on day one.
Indeed, close call. And let's be fair. Look, sure, there was some strong performances. The Yoru standing out, getting the most kills from that side, but it was an all-team show. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just individuals stepping up. I think the game plan just worked out superbly. and a composition that if you don't win too many rounds on the defensive, you're going to struggle with if you're on the attack, Metasport. And that's exactly what happens. They debut on Ascent, doesn't go their way they would have liked. And yeah, we'll have to drop down to the 0 and 1 bracket for the Swiss stage. And again, for anybody that is not familiar with the Swiss stage, you essentially play games until you get 3 wins or 3 losses. If you get the 3 wins, you qualify to playoffs. If you get 3 losses, you're out from the stage. You're out from this iteration of Challengers Northeast. Now, all right, putting a bow on this, putting a bow on today, the games that we saw here, Winter. What was, you know, did expectations get matched? Did anything surprise you? Give me your thoughts.
Okay, Go Next, surprised in the sense of how dominant they were on Split. It was a complete stress out, right? A little bit disappointed that we didn't get a little bit better of a debut for Polvi back into the Formulation roster, but other than that, positives for ESC, right? That was your matchup of the day, and I think it genuinely served so well. We were on the edge of going into overtime. The rounds were back and forth. We were having highlight reels from every single player, and the 2 players that were standout were the Viper players, and love to see the supportive players actually get their chance to shine. And yeah, Ace Gear again, massive surprise how well not only they played in regards to on Ascent, they're starting to turn their ties a little bit with this new composition and change their fortune, but also taking down Metasport is gotta be a massive confidence builder for them going further into the stage.
For sure. I mean, we already knew there was a bit of a shake-up from the lower Swiss teams that didn't make it the previous split, make it, you know, don't make it, and teams that didn't make it have made it. And not only that, those teams that are finding themselves for the first time in Challengers Northeast main Swiss stage get themselves some early wins, Bonk being one of them and Ace Gear Tempest being the other. So yeah, cool stuff. Let's have a look about what's upcoming tomorrow as well. The games that you can tune into if you're interested in these games. If they were any similar to the action today, we're in for a treat. I'm looking forward to it. Zero Tenacity getting another chance, another crack at it here in the main Swiss stage, and play against Mir. Then you've got BFG against Sweet and Sour. Then you got Pixel Lumina playing against, I forget the name. It starts with DT. It's a newcomer, I think, for this season. Dirty Release, never mind. It's not even a newcomer. They played in playoffs. And then it's Wild against Team Liquid Academy. Strong teams all across the board as we go into tomorrow's games. Any match you kind of want to get your hands into as quick as possible here, Summer?
I'm going to be so basic and say the last matchup of the day, Wild versus Team Liquid Academy. I think it's going to be an absolute banger, looking at how Team Liquid Academy played before. And I just love the concept of the roster as well. It's sort of, you have like the experienced player with all the sort of babies, the children of the roster, right, who are just straight fraggers. And you can, even from January to now, the experience that they've been able to gain, not only from playing in that team in particular, but from the reps that they're getting, their trajectory is going like sky high with these young players, aimers, and now they're actually learning in the best environment what it means to be on a Valorant like esports team.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. That journey is something that we'll need to keep our eyes on. They're quite literally the future of Valorant, future of this region. And while we have been dethroned, we have lost our crown as the best Challengers League in EMEA. We're on our way to get it back, and something tells me that Team Liquid Academy is one of those teams that can get us in that direction. A lot of teams trying to get their way forwards as North and East merge, and the best of each are looking to prove themselves against the rest. Yeah, that's been today, folks. That's been 4 matches of the Swiss stage gone, and 4 more to come in tomorrow. So I do look forward to seeing you there, and if you care to join us, it'll be great to have you. That's it for us. My name is Pavlos. I've been joined by Winterio for this broadcast, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Have a very good night, and we'll see you then.
One enemy remaining. Ace.
driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. Driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines are the freeway. We'll do it again, like back in the